Hey yo. Since you reminded me as you're... By the way, hello. Uh, I am going to be updating this command real quickly. Since I'm still kinda divided on where exactly I want to take this build. So I think it's more appropriate to do something like that. Alright. Should be more appropriate this way. Few more things sorted. How is everyone though? We all having a good day? Today we continue. I've finally managed to upload everything from a previous run up to YouTube. YouTube, again, because I'm not from USA, has been funny with the authentication and having problems with uploading videos that are longer than 15 minutes. So it's all in shambles. I hope I'll be able to confirm the account sometime soon. Other than that, it's mostly ready now. Alright, got my tea. Got everything else. What's the point in waiting? Let's just get on with it. Heyo everyone, how are you all doing? Today we continue with a playthrough. Last time around we barely started our Disciple of Nimbus, which is going to be a variation of a cantrips only sorcerer. And the idea is to let Nimbus stay in the front line. We're gonna try and get him to divide as many times as he can and just take the whole attention away from us. And with that, with Nimbus himself, I believe that is quite possible. But first we do have a lot of very dangerous levels ahead. Since we took Dragonborn, and if I decide to rush to 6 as soon as I can, being a sorcerer as well, exclusively, I have no crit immunity, like none at all. So this will definitely be fun. The first source of crit immunity that we have going on, this is also why I've adjusted the build to get some Stars Druid levels into it as well, is to first of all, I'm doing Star Druid in the dragon form as not to lose, not to be able to break concentration while we are swooping around the battlefield, and it will also give us shield proficiencies. So we might be able to sneak in some crit immunity rather than to wait until House of Hope to get some. Now, the previous time around we only got the bare bones out of the way. I reckon I won't be needing any of that. I'll just do it like this for activating certain things. All we managed to get done was Knockout of Fira, and I believe that was it. Yeah, we got the circle. So now everything else is is ready to get going, pretty much. I wonder, will Aaron come over here? Ophir is alive and well, which is quite nice. Have I drunk my strength elixir yet? I have. Lucky. So yeah, now it's just normal playthrough from here on out. I did make a mistake since I took enhanced sleep. Could have avoided picking up the XP, but it is what it is now. We grab that 5 and we're just gonna have to live with it.
Let's have a look.
No. Time to get my pathing out of the way. This book starts the Discover Explore Ruins quest. Saving on talking to Roland just yet until I accumulated a bit more cash under my belt. Take my Speak with Animals potion.
I want to have a word.
Another one.
Fella.
I cannot even eat it. Some
Shiny bits. If we can
Stares right past you seem. As you turn back, the child slips between the rocks.
pass it on his investigation.
You find
Beautiful. Now for Gwex, only quote unquote martial classes can get a free pass on this. Otherwise it's like a persuasion check. That doesn't mean I can't loot the rest of the stuff over here.
Only I know. Make one up. You can do that.
Now the dialogue again between those two is we gotta look at the stuff or just like be mean about it, take the ring and then come back, but I still haven't worked the kinks out of that one yet. Have talked to Volo,
Wish I had a bag of holding.
so he's now off to the goblin camp and we are ready to go inside the sanctum and save Arabella. We picked up our antidote. This is gonna come in useful quite soon. I wasn't aware of this before, but there's actually some additional XP to get by letting Nettie poison you when you meet her for the first time. But before we do that, I want to make sure that we have some access to a few bottles of water, and we would also want to electrify a surface.
He didn't come back, did he? But I can smell. No.
That at the XP for when we manage to defend the grove. Has the fish. So from what I've seen yesterday on some people's streams is that it is possible to climb up the ladder where you find the guidance amulet and to then electrify the surface, and before you, and Raphael will only spawn in after you take a step forward, if I'm not mistaken. So you can in theory get some like do it with a cantrip only.
Shh, I'm concentrating. This looks
Lucky.
good. Yeah.
Thank you. Just got an alert that the video might be buffering. I hope the stream is doing alright. Bit rate seems okay. Regarding XP, everything is pretty much done over here. But I want to just pass on the Koga check and go straight to
Tell me what you find.
obtaining shapeshifter's boon.
Understand?
Now we're probably not gonna get shovel for permanent on this run. I'd want to lower attitude with the string jogs somewhat differently. Definitely do it while disguised. Go with human. And now I'd also need an Nimbus pod or like a guaranteed way to break combat.
Just once.
We didn't take mage hand.
I could try greasing palms.
And like we can't really, but we can try and pickpocket him. I wonder what happens then.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
Pickpocket failed. Alright. Was hoping I could lower attitude with him that way. Maybe if we try and steal something, would that apply to the ox itself as well? I normally use shovel for this, but I only get one charge of her, so I want to make that count.
Light on my feet.
And still go talk to Auntie Ethel first as well.
Ah, if it isn't the talk of the camp. Thank goodness you came along.
No shovel till Mountain Pass or Act 2, sadly. I haven't taken... I mean, I'm a sorcerer, so there still could be a way for me to get it, but the shovel seems to be bugged. At least in my version of the game. So, like, the only level, the only class I'm sure on how to get it permanently is having a level of Warlock, but since I try and keep this without respecs or not respeccing into other classes to obtain certain rewards, I'm just stuck with the class I have.
You take a sip of that and you'll feel right as rain, sweetie.
But why Act 2 though? Warlock and Visits always work, and Draconic Bloodline. Storm and Shadow require a workaround.
Oh, 'tis just you. I'm sorry to go on about.
Truly?
But are you all right?
I mean, technically we could
Awful peaky.
we could get another companion, someone who's like neutral, and then have them talk to Shovel, and then we ourselves enter, and then we do the talking with Shovel, and we still get the spell shite dialogue option.
Then let old Auntie Ethel.
If you trigger Southern conversation outside Akmawa, then it bypasses certain restrictions to get her. Huh. Okay. That's good to know. I've always rushed to get her. Never thought about, well, not picking her up. She is quite an asset, especially with all the lines. Keeps the energy going. Alright. Oh. Wasn't really looking without what I was clicking at.
Were you hurt recently?
Alright, gotta parasite
I've
infected me.
ne'er a potion or lotion here that could do it, but
I'm not gonna oust
no. Do you need anything? I
Auntie
have
just
a few
yet.
odds and ends for sale.
But what I will do is I'm going to give her a backpack and start stowing away water bottles from her. She is the only vendor in Act 1 that I know of that sells them in unlimited supply.
Nay.
Anything with a scroll? If anything, I would save the scroll until you leave Act 1. I was also able to get Burn Shadow in the Mountain Pass. Same with Storm Sorcerer. I mean, if it just depends on your rule set, but when it comes to Shovel being scared of certain sorcerers, you could always have another companion. Talk to Shovel outside of the room, then you go inside, and then you talk to her yourself, and the game will acknowledge, like, that you're a spellcaster and the conversation has been done already, so you can get her that way. I don't know yet though. Let's talk to Zora. But yeah, I'm keen on testing that. Might just do it. I really wanted an invisibility potion to try and get Shapeshifter's boon from the Strange Ox. So I could smack it once and then guaranteed break combat. If we get Fleet Fingers, I don't see why that wouldn't be possible though. We just triple stack dash. And go into combat, we focus on Expeditious Retreat. And yeah, that's it. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. Doing all of that on 7 HP will definitely be a lot of fun. Alright. No, forgot laser.
Very well.
It is done.
So bringing Lazel to the Zoro guy, you can have a unique interaction,
My friend's blood not enough.
and that's still worth 10 XP.
In Kresh,
It might not seem as much, but
greeting
if you
begins
add
with a
that
bow.
throughout the game, it's quite a huge difference. Like we're talking 500-ish if you're being diligent in Act 1, maybe even more. That's just a number I pull out of my ass, but at level 3 is certainly impactful.
Lower. The map. Up.
Alright. Send you back on your merry way.
Shook. You believe as you.
And getting gruel over here will give us an indulge thine appetites inspo.
Best to fill your belly now, while we still can. Food. You want it or not?
Yeah.
What I do for some salt.
No? Not it? Do we have to deny it? Might have gotten it already. Not sure. We got persuasion proficiency. We also can disguise. Is that enough to save Arabella? I was like, it will have to be. Nah, I'd just rather play it safe. Let's go to the Emerald Grove. Get everything ready. Oh, rather get to the Blighted Village. Still gotta go pick up one parasite of mine. And it's been brought to my attention, the duping of tadpoles. Hey Anna, how you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. It's been brought to my attention that you can double the amount of parasites that you get by simply putting them in the backpack and waiting for the first Emperor cutscene that you can get, and then taking one out of the bag and consuming it, and then taking the rest is the way to dupe the thing. It's definitely something I will
The mark glows.
try out
but
today
you feel
as well.
nothing in The injured man locks up your
I'm gonna
mind.
hold his there
Do you have orders for us?
to find the beast and avenge your brother.
True soul? Absolute?
Checklist, good XP.
Raving
Let's
on
go.
about.
Strange, but why let its host's memories go to waste? The tadpole has absorbed.
Pretty sure I haven't recruited a Astarian yet. It's gotta be a Dirge specific.
Strange. It looks healthy, but it's done.
It's been a while since I've
A dead boar, but it doesn't look like it's been touched by scavengers.
usually don't get that. Is that like a specific interaction between Dirge and Astarian? Because normally you would have him in your party and he'd be like, oh, it's just a stupid boar. Let's move on. That also happened on a tap playthrough, so... Yeah, haven't done Dirge in a while. Neither have I done a lot of it.
What's hiding here?
Let's just continue. I'm gonna make myself a brow real quick. An extra berry. Real nice.
Wait. Apologies, you're
We're gonna piss up. Also, one little thing when it comes to the apothecary, this is courtesy of Trade Secret. It's currently in the chat as well. Apparently, you can double dip on this XP by going inside the wooden hatch and then going right back out. And then reading the ledger. And then going back in. So you can get 2 instances of XP for that. Title is wrong. Oh my god. Updated everything but the title. Thanks for the reminder. Love you for it, Nimbus. How are you doing, by the way? Is this Hex with Barb 2? No. We are doing a combination of, well, in the role of it is we're doing a playthrough as a sorcerer, trying to stay as offensive with our gear as we can. It is also a Dirge playthrough, so we're gonna be getting Deathstalker's Mantle. And the idea behind it is that after we reach level 6, we get Nimbus, and we let him do all the tanking for us. As far as that will get us. With Deathstalker's Mantle, we should be able to stay out of the way of danger. Having Nimbus will also keep us in combat, so we won't accidentally break it. And Nimbus got a very... it's got a special ability called Ominous Bite, which if we deal a certain type of elemental damage to an enemy that's been marked with Ominous Bite, we can regain a sorcery point. Did you, why did you pick the only breast dragon that is not fresh? What do you mean? What do you mean it's not fresh? I thought they fixed those. But yeah, and then we're also going to be taking a couple of dips into College of Law Bard for cutting words to help Nimbus survive a little bit more, succeed in its entanglement, ominous bites, and so on. And this is still up to debate, but I might dip into 2 levels of Star Druid as well. All other types are action refresh? You're joking me, right? I took the Fire Breath one. I was saying this is the only one that is not an action refresh? Well, I'll be damned. Only the fire one isn't. It's my type of luck, innit? Well, I do plan to get a few action refreshes along the lines. Spell Sniper is a quite a huge possibility for this build. However, I'm divided between it and just picking up Alert, so I can go even more offensively with my gear and have 2 end crossbows at the ready as well to proc bulbs and so on. But yeah, that's quite unlucky though. It is still an AoE and they take guaranteed fire damage, so we get some ominous bites. Given 2 of them are fire, it's a way to have access to fire damage early on. Let's grab shovel. And since we're not doing let me just check if there's a Dirge inspo behind the mirror. Haunted one. Roots Grove, Blighted Village, Recruit Ogres. Nah, there's no inspo behind that. So since we got that, I've also seen in other people's streams again that you can just toss a bulb and that will then activate the lever behind. Maybe that's limited to spike bulbs though. Or is there like a certain pixel we have to hit with it? Anyways. Can just walk past and do the mirror the good old-fashioned way.
An enchanted mirror.
I do, if you are known to my master. Only what think you of this you are not? Tell me. Except if you could see anything in me, what you seek to be welcome.
Oh, it just twists my heart not to summon Shovel here, but here we go nevertheless. It's always good to try some new things with your pathing in the name of science. But I kind of feel like I'm gonna get scammed out of Shovel now. Is the obtaining shovel interaction... If anything, I would save the scroll until you leave the Act 1. I was able... So is that limited to either get to Act 2 or Mountain Pass? Just get into a different region? And that should then fix shovel. That's good info. Thank you, sir. By the way, Ace work about this not being an action refresh. What about the one that's got the line fire breath ability? Is that one considered different or being an action refresh? Line one? What do you mean? There's two fire dedicated Dragonborn classes. One that's got the cone ability and one that apparently has a line ability, fire breath. So I'm just wondering if those two are... if one is action refresh and the other isn't. Because it is technically a different one. Like, right now I'm the bronze one? No, the gold dragon, but I also think the bronze one's got just a different fire breath ability, so like, is it coded differently? And since when are these things action refreshes? Mate, I've only done like one Dragonborn playthrough, and it was my second one. Also the first time I attempted solo on my own. My solo playthrough. Back when I was still save scumming the game. Had to talk on your phone? No worries. There's another sub-race of Dragonborn that's also fire element, and it's got a different fire breath ability. This one that we have is a cone, but the other one is a straight line.
Power is beyond reach until you rest.
Shit. Forgot to change itself. Disguise ourselves. There goes our expeditious retreat. Only fire doesn't work? Definitely worth the test. And I've used poison and it refreshes? Alright, good to know. Question is, am I dead already? Give me advantage. I can't do that on inspos. Alright, just roll good.
You? Well, if you're... There's a party on. Nice to have this across the mug. Ought to do it.
Any fire variant doesn't work? Okay. Good to know. Oh, he does sell a wolf fang. That's an interesting little find, especially for the early game. I will be taking that. Thank you very much. I guess we're gonna go and apply some wall paint to ourselves. Wing at the dunk and fling it as all four guards. Oh god. It's not my first time, as the game said.
Where's the rest of the lads at? Probably getting curled at the
I can't believe you did it! You stupid idiot! Go on, mate. Enjoy the festivities. You earned it.
But XP is XP, right? Wasn't much, but it was 20 bucks. Alright. I love it how the game has like a special condition for it as well.
The voice is irresistible. Your vision cloud, then the vision.
My power.
Sounds like they've captured themselves a bard.
Can get inside. I will.
idiot!
Right, yes. Not for me.
Yeah.
Well, now, you look like a tough. Sound easy? It ain't. Besides, then you don't want to play.
I don't have enough gold to do the large bet yet. We're just gonna keep on looting for a little bit.
That smell.
Greetings, your most.
Also, for being a drow, you can
Nick them off.
you can get the poetry off of this guy and learn a bit more about the Night Song. Progress the quest a bit further.
Plenty of him to go around. Had a couple of coins in the pockets and some.
The
Lovely
mark
poetry, can I see?
But you.
And there's the drow option. Eating a dwarf is a dirge inspo? I know. It's poisoning the well. I should get myself some. I'll just do my normal path and get that out of the way. And then grab them as need be.
Looks like the booze got the better of them. They're practically unconscious.
Shouldn't need too much. And I don't need the book from him for once. Wanna get the 300 gold piled up so we can do the chicken chasing. Oh, another bloodlust. Look at me. We're practically rich already. Ta-da-ta-dum. And all these decams, these gloves I'm actually gonna put on. Take all of the AC that I can get right now. Not a high roll in particular. Only got 109 gold out of that. Did I miss anything huge over here? I'm usually way higher on gold by this point of the game. wish we could buy underwear earlier for romancing scenes. This is probably one of the rare W's when it comes to Dragonborn. They come with such neat underwear, like... To be honest, like, remove the scales from this, or maybe even not, but I'll definitely put this on elves, or like wood elves or something like that. Does not strike me as Dragonborn-like. Dragonborn looks fantastic. Yeah, randomizer did us real good. We tried to adjust it a little bit, but not many corrections were needed. Like, I really love the purple ends on the spikes and everything. And with the ridge that you can have, you can get some pretty neat designs going. Also, taking the most vibrant option is usually the go-to. Alright, so one of these kids has got infinite supply of speed potions. However, I don't really have the money yet. So. And I'm weak as shit apparently. So no free XP just yet.
I'm talented.
How much did we gather? Not enough yet. Guess I'm just gonna keep on going. I didn't pick up the fleet fingers that I wanted to grab, so let's go grab that and take our shapeshifter's boon real quick so I can start rolling for some checks. Small burrow behind us. Some early XP. Where's the money? And there are the fleet fingers. Now let's start a disaster. Quick check, how far is our jump distance? It's okay. We lost our expeditious retreat though, trying to pass that check. But I did get... No, I didn't get an arcane cultivation. Nothing juicy. I guess that will just have to wait for now. Or at least until I make my way down to down into the Underdark, so I can pick up bits of speed. Now that we got our money's worth, we can double that.
Wonderful.
Place down a real wager. Be in a drow and speak with animals makes this whole shebang checklist.
Well,
The mark glows.
And we get the drow option. And that's effectively doubling our money and getting us on the start. There's another chest that I wanted to pick up behind here. I believe these ones scrolls actually level up with your level, but there's a possibility of gold in them, so I want to get quite a bit of that stacked up early on. Okay, got crappy ones.
Yeah. What do you call it?
How many did you have? That's nothing. That's gonna be my name.
Bloody racket. Oh, come on now.
The mark glows.
you dissing your shit.
Bloody racket.
XP.
They're just having a bit of fun.
Do you hear the Absolute's voice?
Talking to Roa and finding out about Moonrise Towers is also worth a little bit of like 20
You
XP.
recognize the crest she bears. The winged serpent of
What
the
business does
century.
someone like you have in a goblin camp?
No complaints, mate.
And what do you know about Moonrise
Might have to
Towers?
Still some deals to be done
Learning
here,
about
though.
that
You wanna
is worth 20 XP.
need
I
something?
see a lot of people miss out on this one. You can also learn about it later on. But this is one of the earlier opportunities you can get. And I'm still level 1, so I'm gonna use this opportunity to get some good attitude. So we can start selling off all of the stuff we don't need. I would also like to buy this invisibility potion back from you. And maybe another Hill Giant. Alright, now we're gonna stash the trash away. I don't think I'm gonna be picking up low awareness just yet. I will, however, stash away scroll of mage armor. Seems quite handy. Also blindness scrolls. Blindness I'm not too enthusiastic about. This thing, false life, sounds tempting.
Pleasure.
Please.
Try get results.
I want to watch that weird priest.
There's an inspo for
Sounded like he was
torturing this guy yourself, and I believe you have to do it during this dialogue.
Oh, forget about it.
talking to him and getting the info about the night song
Please! Let me out!
is the XP that I'm after.
No reason for this! But they ambushed us.
The artifact.
The place was supposed to be abandoned.
Go on. Tell me about the night song.
That's all I know. No.
Come on, you'll figure it out. And there's a 30 XP out of that.
What's he doing? It's just the same.
I'm gonna save Volo later, once I have my boon ready. Did get one invis spot from Roa, and that is to save
Smells like burnt flesh in
the
here.
dude that gets normally pushed into the spider pit. If you prevent the game from doing that, he will thank you and you can grab another 35 XP out of it.
Not dead any around.
So save that guy. Still does the line.
Thanks.
There we go. Now we gotta wait for him to run out. And we should get the XP. Now I'm gonna do this now. Drop my disguise as to not confuse the game about when you're marked and when you're not, because sometimes if you get marked on a certain disguise and then you're not disguised and during a dialogue where you would need to be branded, the game will actually not recognize you as being, so things can go badly.
You ready?
As the vision dissolves away,
Alright.
you stand before.
So maybe I can help
Question.
with that. With
Oi!
Yep,
Priestess!
something.
We want them all.
So poison the eat a chunk of the dwarf, and then for the Underdark we have killing the Sovereign or Glut. Inspo is still quite far away though. I'm gonna save that for later.
Oi, come here.
I believe most of you are already aware of this, but the Mustard Pixel for Priestess Gut, you can kill her by having some strength and tossing her into a pit where it says death, but the dot itself is still aligned on the wall itself, so you will retain access to her corpse. If I can succeed the athletics check. Come on, just roll good.
Priestess is slain. The Horde is weaker for it.
Don't forget about my armor class, so
Best be
I'm
on
gonna
my way.
pick her up. And let's continue. We got a jumping pot and the flying pot, but I want to save the flying potion for Grim.
What path lies before me?
Just gonna stick it as it is. Now, passing through Palma, you can just wait for her to turn around
Softer than a whisper.
and dash.
Never wanted the easy path.
And still grab most of the things behind her.
just wandered into a forbidden area.
Just out of view.
Come on.
Have to keep going.
There's also 2 health potions in the wardrobe, but those are not as important as Misty Step Amulet.
Moving in.
Something over there.
The skeleton in the back. Got some more goodies on him. And on this one up here, there's one of the 3 8 scrolls available in the entire game. So make sure to grab that if you can.
Stars and full moon. Is this what that dwarf's poem was talking about? Down. We'll have to go in to see the bottom.
Now, nobody helped us with our
Better not be
parasite
cursed.
yet, so Raphael is still not set to spawn in one of the 4 given locations that he does after to initiate conversation, but that's only after you have somebody help you out with your parasite problem. Nice bulk of XP for entering down here.
Something good here, I hope.
One thing that I did want to check was, what are you immune to? So normal cantrip damage will do. There we go. Pull you down a bit. Now what is your dexterity? Is quite fit. But this does more damage. Out of that. The key for the door to get the helmet is found on the skeleton over here.
Always room for more.
I'm mostly just rushing down to the mechanic colony so I can get my boots of speed, get my jumps onto together with the dash action. It helps up fleet fingers and also on a bonus action, and then you can stack both of those as well. Hoping you cover greater distance. I'm gonna use that to disengage from strange ox to get the boom a bit quicker. make sure to grab everything from here. And we're almost ready to leave. I've never had this texture killing somebody with cold damage before. And say what you will, but it looks beautiful. I don't know, ice statues. Also guaranteed 2 alchemist fires in this box always.
Is everywhere.
You can get Paraloop
Slender drow blade
checklists and still get the XP completely
silent vigil.
without succeeding in any of those. All you have to do is to bleed yourself on top of the sword, and then make sure that the blood splatters on the sword itself, and when you pick it up you're gonna get the XP for it. But let's try the good old Yang. Easy. Strongest sorcerer in the game.
Feels like you're warring with 10 people for the blade, but with another hard yank, the weapon slips free from the stone.
Supposedly you can spam click these night lights to try and succeed the check. However, the game won't allow me to do that for some reason.
Broken bones. Must have fallen. What are those?
And in case you didn't know yet, but these Timas balls are actually collectible. Unfortunately, only one per bunch of Timas balls that you kill. So like, you wanna kill one and pick one up, in case you ever wanted to stack up on these.
What's that?
Just make sure that you turn into turn-based mode before you do so, because they do tend to disappear after a short while when being destroyed. Jumping down here, it only costs us 3 HP.
Careful.
And we can prevent from Billet to visiting us. I don't know if that messes up its spawn in any way, its spawning point, but I've had her not show up by the Minotaurs a couple of times already. So like I always try and jump this to avoid getting this animation, and also jump down here to avoid going around this place.
You are the choir. You see a
State your purpose.
fungal. Then
I can do
the persistent.
Alright, just gotta tell the truth. Get a free pass. We got a couple of antidotes ready. That's nice. And,
Seems like a good moment to
let's
talk.
get good attitude with Blurg as well. I don't have a disguise on, which is nice. Let's give you...
Or perhaps not. Your mind is far
Gold.
more complex than that of the fungi.
buckets. We can start stowing stuff away. And this is probably one of our first things that we're going to be buying. Mel's first staff. We get +1 bonus to spell save DC and spell attack rolls. Doing mostly only cantrip damage through our main through our character. This will definitely come in useful. I also don't need this. I'm gonna save the rotten food to help me stack arcane acuity. And I don't think there's anything else I want out of him just yet. Okay. Trash. And let's get Melon's quest going.
To find could I ask what you...
Are you looking to open your mind?
As it
But the lava. Moreover, the cranium has it, but not to worry. There may be a way to, but with Timusks.
Okay. We'll come back when we get these mushrooms, alright? But this is why we're here right now.
She'll need an antidote soon. Most likely held.
Why are you helping
And we
me?
can give her the antitoxin
But
to get some XP, save her, but most importantly, get our boots up speed. Now, fun thing about click heals compared to just normal dash or cunning action dash, this thing, even if you pre-stack your dashes, will still stack with the normal one, so you can get even more movement speed out of doing that wombo combo.
The sovereign purpose.
I sense your resolve.
And
Rich, you do the circle a service.
Oh. My haste ball grenades, talk to Dareth and talk to Glut as well. Now for this playthrough, I don't think I will want good attitude with Damon.
Reach into.
Morn it revealed.
But I
Well, you may join me.
Seems that you see a fella on his own on your way in. Dwarf. Balin's his name.
And talking to Dareth before going to save the mushroom picker is also worth another extra 20 XP. Got all of that. And I'm just going to start stashing alchemy ingredients away for later. Can sell all of this. I won't need magical weapon. Hey Malak, how you doing? How's your day? As Dragonborn, do we get access to dark vision? We'll have to double check on that. Alright. And while we have Glut in our party, we can also go save the mushroom picker while we're at it. Now, if you gain yourself access to Priestess Gut, or more precisely her corpse, and res it back and get +2 to your AC for free until the end of
Such a headache.
Until the end of Act 2. I'm having fun with this encounter minibus mod. I've seen that mod on,
Swift as my feet.
but I haven't seen it in action yet. I was considering giving it a go, and in one of my playthroughs when I play the game offline. But given that that's not as often as it used to be.
Sharp.
How are the bosses though? Are they taking the normal enemies and then giving it special abilities, or just checking up normal guys? I also wonder what is the positioning of those mini bosses, because if they just chunk a bunch of random enemies challenging, that's fair. Kind of the point in it. But yeah, like if I like these mods, especially when they add like an extra layer of flavor. You know, there's those Volska skeleton mod. You can add extra enemies and buff up the vanilla ones. That one is quite nice because it adds a bunch of flavor by adding enemies where they were not before, but like it makes sense that those enemies are over there, you know? Like you can find some more those necromancy wizards, undead mummies in Shovel's basement. I think they're not random. Okay, at least that's definitely nice. But so far, I've played I haven't really even played all of the classes from the game or done a solo playthrough with them.
Stop!
You recognize the name?
Scroll! It's
Alright.
Walking death.
Oh, Balin, where the hell are you going? What? Did I just bug up the quest? Journal. Underdog. Find the mushroom picker. We save Balin, we should tell Dareth the good news. Okay, so that dialogue was not necessary. The second one. But we did pass up on the invisibility scroll and one misty step scroll. But it happens. But basically what you can do here is you can use Sovereign Gut to move the backpack to Balin and to pick up the noble stock for you. Since he's a mushroom, he doesn't trigger Pibble Bank, so it's quite nice. And also, if I'm not mistaken,
let's get going.
One quick test. If you destroy Bibblebang with the cold cantrip, it will not actually explode and trigger its neighbors. However, just to be 100% sure, I'm gonna move this torch away.
Alright, what now?
It is come.
No? Never mind. I'm having some false memories. No, it definitely starts the noxious fumes. I'm guessing the torch is the one that then explodes everything around the place. Okay. Let me just set up some custom. What about acid splash? Well, it's definitely effective.
Here we go again.
It being AoE. I'm having fun. But I think I'll just throw an alchemist fire.
First step is the hardest.
And get rid of all of this. Just waiting for the fire to dissipate. There we go.
With haste.
Grab all of this. We should still have Shovel's Friend Finder in our inventory. Ever since the new patch, I swear to God, this shovel has been bugged for me. So I'd have to end up dropping it on the ground several times and then picking it back up again. Because it just wouldn't work. I don't know why, but it gets grayed out and doesn't allow you to dig. Quite annoying, since Shovel's Friend Finder is the only shovel that does not stack with the other ones, so you can always keep only one on your person and not carry the extra weight around. But hey-oh. Now that we got that out of the way, do I dare to go and get Shovel without a Nimbus spot? This hell wouldn't hurt to have just have one in my inventory.
His hands are empty as a whole.
Alright.
We'll have to send him
This is
back out.
dangerous
soon enough,
territory. I must be
collecting
down
noble
here
stock.
for a reason.
Valuable mushroom. Go on then.
And we're gonna give it to her, giving us access to unlimited supplies of those, but in Act 3. Right, yeah.
I need a
Let's
quick
grab an
word.
Nimbus pot.
Will be no point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
I think one will do for now. Set the rest aside. And I doubt I'll need any more vendors. Damon mainly sells weapons you would want to hit with. Except for the halberd in Act 2, but I don't have 18 strength, so I won't be needing that. Therefore I don't need good attitude with him. The only one left on the list is Roland. And that's for the extra AC in Act 3. Which will definitely pay out. Make sure we're human. Fingers. And let's give this a go. So the idea over here is we just attack the strange ox once with one of our cantrips. Probably gonna be end up doing acid splash. What's your dexterity? Yeah, so he's immune to acid, so we'll definitely not accidentally kill him.
You're going to get us killed.
Alright. We're gonna do this, 2, 3, 4, and we're gonna go into turn-based mode. Dance hostilities. No. I forgot about my jump potion. But it should be alright. Alright, do this. We're gonna be from combat. And now we can come back. And the attitude towards the ox should be lowered, thus giving us the dialogue option to improve the attitude and buy the shapeshifter's boon.
You're addressing me?
No.
Tick-tock. Funny.
Do I actually have to hit you with something? Weird. Try this again.
I need healing.
And we almost died. Should probably go and grab Bow Awareness for this. But I'm wondering, why the hell is the attitude not reducing?
You're addressing me?
Another one.
No?
What are you under there then? Ant. Big, and I cannot even eat it.
So I'm guessing we gotta break combat while staying in here and not actually flee from it. Because when we go to camp, the attitude lowers only after combat ends.
Care about our lives.
So I'm guessing we'll need to pop an invis spot for that. I'm gonna go to Goblin Camp. I've had better luck doing this with shovel. Yeah, same. Thing is, I don't want to waste the scroll. I'm going to wait until Act 3.
Cursed to put my
Or
hands
not
on
Act
everything.
3. Act 2 or the Mountain Pass to get her, because that is supposed to clear up some of the bugs from shovel when you don't get the line to summon her permanently. With sorcerers, sometimes, yeah, as you said, Bunny, sometimes you don't get the line from shovel, and we've been to the basement already. So I just kind of don't want to risk it, to be honest. So
You recognize the
an
crest she
attempt
bears.
not to die right now. We're gonna go grab a bow of awareness real quick. Oh no,
Pleasure.
I'm not overpaying for it. Thank you.
Need something?
Because from what I've seen, it only works with Draconic. So Shadow and Trade spoke something about it. Warlocks and Wizards always work. And Draconic Bloodline, yeah. So it works for Draconic, Warlock and Wizards, but Shadow Sorceress and Storm Sorceress, you still have to work around it. Now, I could bring a companion before I've entered the basement, do the mirror, bring a companion, summon Shovel, have companion do the dialogue with Shovel, then go inside with my own character and everybody else, and then talk to Shovel myself. And I could guarantee getting her that way. But I want to see if we can... because I've never tried getting permanent Shovel outside of that basement. And I want to try this method out to see if it works after you leave the wilderness, Act 1. It's supposed to fix it, so I'm curious.
Pleasure.
Alright. Give me my bow so we don't accidentally get crit out of existence. And since attitude lowers only after you finish combat on a disguise. With that in mind, I grabbed myself an invis spot to go invisible after we attack the strange ox. And +1 to initiative since we almost died to Roland's sister shooting an arrow at us. She hit us for 6 damage and we have 7 HP. So like Leah almost killed us. Alright. Okay, I'm trying out Soullock build. Level 6 Goo Warlock, 6 Shadow Sorcerer, gonna capitalize on Eldritch Blast. Crits to proc the AoE Fear. Is there any other ways I can make that Wisdom save harder for enemies? Other than maximizing Wisdom, hexing the enemy I want to cause to fear? I believe the DC for that is stale. It does not improve throughout the level unless it uses your spell save DC, because if it does that, then just getting some arcane acuity or in general raising your spell save DC should work. Let me check. Mortal reminder. So duration frightened, cannot move. But it doesn't say anything about the threshold of it, so I'm presuming it's spellcasting modifier. Yeah, so for that you can just, if you go into a spell book, spell save DC is right here, you can boost that number up. Arcane Acuity is the highest that you can get it, and doing some fire damage next to that can boost your Arcane Acuity, so then if you have 10 stacks, max stacks of that, pretty much nothing will be saving against it. You could also apply Dazed on an enemy beforehand. Now Ring of and also Ring of Mental Inhibition lowers their stat scores, and there's also Ring, the Spiteful Thunder Ring, that will apply Dazed on an enemy. They get disadvantage on that saving throw as well. But I believe if you're taking the Acuity path, having max stacks of that will most likely work 99% of the time. Is there a spot that I can crouch over? Jesus. Nowhere really to crouch, and I don't want to get too close to the ox when I do this. Here is actually a spot. Yikes. Let's lock you up real quick. I want my save to be super high anyways. I usually cast Hold Person in big fights on mine run, on my turns already. Yeah.
Of course it does! You would choose strangers over us?
But like, you also have items that can buff up your spell save DC. Mel's First Staff, then Ketheric Shield does the same. Also, Elixir of Battle Mage's Power. You'd also want to be using that to hit with your EBs more consistently. Right? So you can have all of that. Just depends which path you want to take. One is clearly better than the other. She still rolled better on initiative? Jeez, what is your initiative? 2. And mine is 4. In short, I was just barely fucking off. Alright. I'm going to take an Nimbus potion. Just for the sake of it. Dragonbone Dirge. And my feats are already filled. Spell Sniper and Charisma SI, so no shield proficiency unfortunately. But Mel's First Staff is a big one. Yeah, this is for the early game. I'd recommend Dual Wielder. Just so you can two-hand, 2 stat sticks for casters, that's super useful. In the late game you can get Marco Heshkir and doing any spell damage, while poison you can choose for either poison or whatever. With poison with Derivation Cloak you can heal on each of your Eldritch Blast, you can also build lightning charges. And also doing Mel's First Staff plus lightning charges can give you +1 to your spell attack rolls. And 1 lightning damage on top of that. On each blast as well, so... Dual Wielder is definitely something to consider. Like, we're kind of doing the same build over here, ish. But there we go. There's the attitude drop that we were looking for. Let's talk to him now.
Individual doesn't seem particularly fond of you. Your offer appears.
So the way I can go about my build, right, when we're doing cantrip damage is a few ways. You can either go and lower the crit threshold, lower down, spell sniper, playing really well into that, and that will then double the damage that you're already doing. Then you can also add another flat damage on top of that. However, there's definitely a sweet spot between those, you know. And also being a Dragonborn Sorcerer Warlock, unless you're taking Hexblade, because you don't have medium armor or shield proficiency, so like it's very dangerous. Because you can just get crit, like Fury of the Small can take you out at like 30 HP still quite easily. Alright, I'm going to barter this away from you. Thank you, good sir. But yeah, we can either do crit reduction, add flat damage on top of that. However, there is one case for a particular item to be made in Act 3. And I'm considering that option. It's called Hat of the Sharpcaster. That hat only appears in the game if you've recruited Gale. And what that hat does is it allows you, it rerolls all the 1s and 2s you roll on the damage die on your attack rolls, which also works with Spellmike gloves, the ones you get from the circus that add another 1d8 damage on top of that. And then with some good crit reduction and just basic damage die from cantrips, you're already always doing double damage but however that hat only rerolls it once. It rerolls 1s and 2s, but it rerolls them once, so if you get a lower result, you're taking that result, I think. And like both of them require quite a few gear slots, you know, so you have to think about which path makes more sense for you. It's just an excuse to try out Warlock. I guess I could take 4 in Sorcerer instead. The only real bonus I get from 6 levels on is the Shadow Hunt, which I can use it to take hits for me. Most of my gear is reserved for crit threshold and gaining advantage. Alright. It's not honor mode or solo, so defensive side I'm not too scared. I have a party full planning to maximize damage and just sit in darkness in the end game. Fair point. So yeah, you probably want to go all the way in. Like if you're gonna be using like you're attacking from advantage with darkness, right? So that's advantage already covered, so no gear slots needed for that. Also you're in darkness, so unless there's an enemy that tends to throw stuff, you're pretty much safe.
Need something?
So like you can have Hat of the Sharpcaster and to get the rerolls and add your proficiency modifier with Potent Rope. Yeah, can definitely see that working, especially if you have something to take the aggro off of you. But like I still haven't fully decided myself, and I'll play around with my options.
Pleasure.
Once I get to that point. My mind is a mesh today, by the way. Potent Drop is already out of the question. I killed Afira, forgot to knock her out. Oh, that's a shame. Well then, maybe adding flat damage on top of that. I mean, it is still a chest piece, you know, and there's no other armors that can give you just straight up power. I think it's just Potent Rope and and mutilated carapace that add flat damage to everything you do.
Here in my camp.
Potent rope being only for cantrips, of course.
Need of my services.
I wanted to go to the chest and sell some stuff. I'm bad at talking and playing. Yeah, I mean, if you're doing Eldritch Blast, definitely make sure to pick up Agonizing Blast. If you're not doing that, you're probably not getting any consistency out of your cantrips. And getting that consistency through successful rolls from Head of the Sharpcaster is only after Act 3. And there's Merkle in between that, so you probably want to get at least Agonizing Blast. Now you could stack a bunch of damage riders now that you don't have access to potent rope. So like Callous Glow Ring, and maybe keep a source of light next to them. Is also an option for you. Lightning charges for sure. There's just one flat damage, so instead of rolling a minimum 1, you can roll a minimum 2, 4 if they're next to a light source. And that's already guaranteed. What? 8 damage per attack? And lightning charges, once you get 3 casts of Eldritch Blast, do proc on each 4, so the second one will then leave you with some lightning charges as a leftover. Yeah. Grabbing Devil Sights as your first invocation, as your third invocation. Thing about Repelling Blast is, remember, you can go into your spell book and get the prompt for it, same as the knockout prompt, on your hotbar, and you can turn it off and on in case you don't want to push someone around. I didn't know that was a thing for the longest time, so like I kept playing with Repelling Blast on even if I didn't want to push some targets.
Need something?
Start selling stuff. I'm glad to be of help. How much do these sell for? 40 gold. It's a bit expensive for one spell slot. Anyway though, we got our gold back, so now we can finally start leveling up. First I'm gonna get good attitude with Roland, of course. But after we are nice and done. Now thing is, if I'm going to be taking Star Druid levels to for that guaranteed maintaining of concentration, I can also get shield proficiency that way. And I am kinda going against dual wielder, even though that will help me out in the early game immeasurably. Like, thing is, I have 3 feats that I want. I want alert, I want what's it now? Dual wielder, and I want spell snapper. But I can't have one of those. And I'm still not sure which one to cast aside. But since I'm gonna be relying around Nimbus for quite a bit, for the fights where I Nimbus got 2 initiative. So like the odds of us both having vigilance elixirs on ourselves. I mean, I don't know. What I want to ensure is that we take turns together. So I can have the ominous bite plus like I can start off with dual haste, twin spell haste on Nimbus, and then swap to Nimbus, do some attacks, get then do my cantrip damage, get the kill, go invisible, and so on. But maintaining about the same initiative will definitely be a problem. And Nimbus is with elixirs stuck at 7. Is I believe the highest we can get him. And until in Act 2 there is Sentinel Shield that I could be using. So we probably want to save on save on the alert feat. I'm probably gonna be picking up Spell Sniper first off, and we're gonna also take our Druid level to get shield proficiencies, so I can then adjust my initiative more easily. I think that's the way I want to do things.
Or yell louder. That's fine too.
Clan is everything. You don't abandon those you swore to protect.
I made no such oath, and I...
Just...
Fuck.
Thank you, Roland.
Alright. Got this out of the way. I'm gonna chat him up again.
By now. Instead, we're just sitting here, practically begging.
And we're going to make a slot donation of 270 gold just to get us in the green. With attitude. Oh, 280. So 10 more. There we are. Alright.
Our best shot. Yeah, the name.
So, we got that out of the way. We can also chat up Gwax. Yeah, I think I'll be taking a druid level straight away. Also, not to forget to mention, druid gives us access to resistance. We can also pick up Thorn Whip, which is one of the cantrips that is an action refresh. Now another access to action refresh that we're gonna get is gonna be at Bard level 3, but that is quite late on. Oh wow, this mask actually changes depending on who's on the front. Ah, nifty. That's so neat. Alright. But we're gonna have shit wisdom. So this is not gonna work for a long time. Also, not to mention, it also gives us access to Long Strider. So that way I'm delaying my feat by 1 level. I'll be picking up Spell Sniper, so just taking guidance and resistance. I think I'm okay with that. And not to mention, we get light armor, medium armor, and shield proficiency. Appreciate the tips. Warlock is so confusing to me because I'm used to being able to cast spells like crazy. Spamming Eldritch Blast feels nice though, when I don't miss at least. Elegant casters missing is so annoying, yeah. Like cantrips are probably one of the worst things that you can do until you get to level 5. Because with Eldritch Blast you get another cast, and with others you get an added damage die on top of that. And like if you just take a look at your melee weapons, right? Let's say you either cast Cone of Cold or just shot an arrow with a basic crossbow, right? Both of them have just about the same chance to hit. However, if you take a look at the damage die, Cone of Cold minimum damage is 1. Meanwhile, the crossbow, if you have 16 dexterity, is going to be doing the minimum of 4. And when it comes to getting consistent damage, you probably want to be using your weapons for the first few levels, for sure. But this is outside of my rule set for this challenge, so I think we're just gonna have to make do. It also gives us access to create water, which is quite nice. We have a bunch of water bottles though. And we're gonna be knocking out Raphael. So we're gonna get to that level 5 quite quickly. Is Produce Flame the fling of it an action refresh? I don't think so. As long as I know, it's only Thorn Whip that is on the list. Yeah. Let's go. So now I'm just gonna go vendor to vendor. If there was honor mode, I'd literally be anything else than Dragonborn. I just feel like doing a more low focus dirge instead of having to actively min-max for once. Yeah. Dragonborns are definitely on the flavor side of the races. Now, not to complain, having early access to either poison or fire resistance for Act 1 can keep you alive in certain situations, so that is not to be underestimated. And the fire breath attacks themselves, like, they still take half of the damage on the save, so, you know, at the minimum it's a 1d6 in an AoE, which is not too shabby.
Need something?
Came in clutch already? Yeah, I feel like Dragonborn do not get enough love. Also, Goldworm Staff gives you access to Firebolt. Now this uses your intelligence, if I'm not mistaken. But the weapon is always coated, not for our playthrough though. I wanted to stash these away. I will not need special arrows, or rather I'll find enough as I go.
Is my species evolving?
And before we go and take a long rest, we also want to make sure that we
Have you made any new discoveries?
save Wolburn. To stash all of these away, and that's it. And now I'm just walking around, visiting every vendor. Besides long resting, leveling up is also a way to reset vendor inventories.
We'll be no point in lingering now. I've got the noble stuff.
But to get the good attitude with them cost the least at level 1, that being 400 gold you have to gift away to get 100 attitude and therefore the best prices.
Have I got everything?
Alright. So we're already delaying Nimbus into Act 2, since now we can only get him at level 7. So potentially delaying that until level 8 might not be the worst thing. And that will allow us to get one more level into Druid, giving us access to Circle of Stars subclass. Now these things have a special shapeshift ability, the subclass, and giving you access from into 3 different starry forms. And the one we're the most interesting in is the starry form dragon. The description of it says, when you make a saving throw to maintain concentration on a spell, a roll result of 9 or lower is considered a 10. And to maintain any concentration in this game, you just need to roll a con 10. So, as long as you keep your starry form on, you will just not lose any concentration that you have, which can be quite helpful. You also gain guidance, which I did not know. I didn't check, rather. I'm still keeping Long Strider prepared. Just gonna take a quick break, gotta go to the toilet real quick. 2 minutes. And we're back. Also, another thing that I wanted to mention was, as a starry form dragon, we get access to Dazzling Breath, which is a 2d6 minus 1 in our case because we have negative wisdom. However, this Dazzling Breath attack is also a cone, similar to Dragon's Breath. And it is on a bonus action, so it already helps out with our action economy a little bit. Starter Druid looks kind of fun, not gonna lie. Yeah, it's definitely like one of my favorite new subclasses added into the patch 8. It's got so many good things going on for it. Now Chalice itself is not that exciting, however the Archer, you can cast Luminous Arrow, which is a 1d8 radiant. So it's also quite nice. However, I'll say Starry-formed Dragon is still the best one, because at the base with low wisdom you get more guaranteed damage on more targets, and it's an AoE. Of course you lose on that range, but it's a bonus action, right? So just doing that, it's already worth it. Now, why I say it's better than Starry-formed Archer, it is because it's a 2d6, so the lowest the enemies can roll is 2 damage, 1 damage in my case because I got a -1, compared to Luminous Arrow being a 1d8, and the lowest one I can roll over here, as you can see, is 0. So yeah. One good piece of advice: if you don't have way to reroll your dice when it comes to damage on your builds and so on, always look at the lower number, like assuming the worst case scenario, because that is your guaranteed damage, and it's a good reference point to build up from, in terms of seeing what your build can still pull off, even if all of the dice in the fight are not in your favor. So yeah. Also on top of that, we get all of the other wild shape forms, which will help out in the early game, giving us some extra HP and so on. You also get Starry Map, which gives you access to Guiding Bolt. Now this Guiding Bolt deals 46 radiant damage, and you also gain advantage on attack rolls against enemies. However, it does use Wisdom, so and it's also a level spell, so I am not gonna be using that. Also, Wild Shape consists of melee attacks, so I'm tossing that away as well. Hold on, we need that to enter our Starry form though. Oops. Yeah, maybe I'll put that back. Heyo Willy, how you doing? We're just continuing our Disciple of Nimbus, and we got a few things out of the way. And I'm still not fully committed on the build, on exactly what I'm going to do yet. So we ended up taking early 2 levels into Star Druid to maintain our concentration mid-fight, and also to gain shield proficiency. So yeah. AC. Hooray. I'm doing quite well myself. A bit tired from work today, but nothing major. Right, so that out of the way and Shapeshifter's Boon acquired, I want to go back to Emerald Grove and have Nettie help me out with my parasite problem. Can you harass me with more build questions? For sure. I'm always glad to help. However though, I'm not one of the most competent people when it comes to playing this game in solo, so like I still have my flaws and some things I'm not experienced in. which I'll let you know before I give my 2 cents on the topic. But yeah, I'm more than glad to help out. I can't decide if my duelist ranger should dip hexblade. I'm presuming you mean dual wielding ranger, right? Or no, duelist, like the fighting style. It depends what you want to use that hexblade for, you know.
Keep your feet planted.
Like when it comes to making builds, what I like to do is I get a concept in my mind and I build off of that, because a lot of different things are good in this game, but if we are discussing purely stuff in vacuum, which is not a good place to discuss things in, you know, there's no such thing as the best, so to put it, because if we're talking Act 2, then I'll tell you to just use radiant damage, right? Or if you're fighting against goblins, I'll tell you to disguise yourself as one of the smaller race to avoid fear of the small, and so on. But yeah, there's always context behind everything. There's not a universal answer to everything in this game.
Step, Harry, strike, damn it!
But yeah, far away.
Stop landing.
Far away. What are you trying to do with your duelist ranger? What is the juice?
Nothing but. We need to be ready for a fight. But I'm useless with a sword.
On a non-martial classes, you actually need to pass the check over here. And I'm going to go with athletics since I've got the most bonuses in it.
Like this. You really know? Oh, yes. But I'll keep at it.
No, here's XP.
Swing and swivel and wait. Now lunge.
We already discovered that. We also talked to Auntie Ethel. I've talked to Zevlo in the beginning of this run, so that can go away. I will break my disguise and try and get XP out of Mattis.
Whoa, go on. Take this ring. Call it. Heads or tails?
I don't know if I want shield from Hexblade or to just pump Dex. So my initiative is decent. So I'm assuming you're wondering if you should scale, if Hexblade is worth it to scale your weapon attacks from Charisma, right? So the thing, an exclamation mark that I want to make about my previous build is, I took Hexblade Curse for the additional 3 damage. That is all nice and juicy, amazing spice. However, what you have to consider is, I was using and dedicating a lot of gear into boosting my accuracy. Like the bound weapon, because I was using Bane, it got additional +1 to that, so that was, instead of 1 it was +2 weapon, right? And then I was also using Whispering Promise with an AoE of application of Hexblade, because whenever Hexblade Curse target dies, I restore back 4 HP, and that boosted my Whispering Promise. So Whispering Promise was mainly for accuracy in the early game. But Dexterity is a very good stat, one of the more important ones in this game, at least in my opinion. You know, and because I got additional damage applied to poisons as well, because I was always using poisons whenever I could for an encounter.
Hey, hold on, you gotta pay for that.
You know, but then again, if you're not doing that and you're not doing AoE attacks and getting additional damage applied to that, you gotta really weigh it through, you know? Seeing what Hexblade Curse would get you, because if, let's say you took Hordebreaker, if you're taking Ranger Hunter, and okay, then you're making one attack into two attacks, so you're taking that 20% of application of Hexblade Curse for the additional damage from proficiency modifier on two attacks, right? So that may be a bit more worth it than compared to taking the Gloomstalker Assassin, which only gets 1+ attack at the start of its combat, right? So I would prefer to take my Hexblade Curse dip on a Ranger Hunter with Hordebreaker, for example, but if I decided to go for Colossus Slayer instead, which is another 1d8 damage as long as target has taken damage already, then I'd be definitely pumping my dex. In that case, that's just one example, right? But if you're using your items to just boost flat damage, like the Shadow Cloak ring or the ring that gives you 1d4 psychic damage, for example, right? That happens after an extra attack, does not get bonus damage from Hexblade Curse, right? So all you're getting against that target is +3 on that melee attack. You have to use Charisma, which in the early game is harder to boost than Dex, because a lot of feats can contribute to raising your Dex even higher, right? For example, if you're taking Athlete, if you're taking moderately, I don't think it's moderately armored. Athlete gets that, and another feat that I cannot think of right now. But yeah, then in that case, if you're stacking additional damage die on top of your attacks, right, it'd probably be just better to stick with Dex. Like that Hexblade dip in my Barbarian was extremely situational, but I dragged that on into an entire playthrough, so. Moderately armor is correct. Yeah, so in case, but that does not apply to Ranger Hunter because they get medium armor proficiency. They can even get heavy for that matter if they take Ranger Knight.
But you gotta at least look at the other rings, okay? I gotta eat. You'll be
Alright, I'm just gonna be complete asshole to Mattis, and I'm gonna
I
come
don't talk
back,
to dead scabs. Scab.
and we're going to
You know what?
apologize.
We're square. I'll tell the others to leave you alone too. Don't worry about it. Now, that's what I got.
And then we're gonna walk away,
Nothing
and that
caught your
should be
eye, huh?
worth a little bit of XP.
You spot the boy giving.
Yeah, there's the 10 XP we got from Mattis. Sweet. So I actually know how to do that. Now that we got that out of the way, let's go help. Let's go save Arabella real quick and get the XP from down there. Make sure that you're not disguised as Tiefling whenever saving Arabella, because the DC for persuasion for the checks will be higher.
A death viper.
And come.
The snakes. The death of a child. A timeless tragedy that never grows old.
Because we have Druid, we also get advantage on this.
Very. Oh,
Thank you.
Halcyon isn't.
Alright, sweet stuff.
Out of sight, out of mind. Come on, open up. Another step forward.
The rest of this. And let's go talk to Nettie.
Let's see.
Now, there's been a specific interaction with Nettie that's been brought to my attention recently, and that is if you allow her to poke you with a branch, with the branch, but then you remove the poison yourself, you can get another 75 XP out of that, which is a huge bump, especially this early.
Now, you found her. You seem healthy enough. A tadpole. I can't.
We need to be quick. This way.
But yeah, when it comes to discussing builds, really, boy, you gotta give me more than that. You gotta give me the idea of what you're trying to do with your ranger, you know?
There's something in that vessel.
Are you just taking duelist and rocking with that, playing sword and board,
in the woods together with some goblins.
and basically just attacking the whole time?
Crawled out of his head soon after.
Or are you maybe doing a throw build? Because believe it or not, but like ranger hunters if on a throw build are super nice, because you can take Colossus Slayer together with Tavern Brawler and you can add another 1d8 damage to that. So like it's all context, you know? Pretty much. Yeah, so I would stick to pure ranger class, because if you dip into Hexblade, you're only getting +3 damage to your weapon attacks. You're losing on accuracy, so you'll need to replace that in some way. You're also delaying all of your feats by 1 level. So you can you're potentially getting alert later, which can be a determining factor if you go first up against certain enemies, and your gear, for example, can one-shot you out of the game on that account. So yeah, I'm not as creative as you, so my builds are pretty base. Hey, no worries about that, really. Like, I have a lot of hours in this game, and I'm a slow learner when it comes to it. But even then, like, you know, like, you're gonna get there. Just remember, rule number 1 of BG3, at least in my opinion, have fun. Because like, if you're not having fun doing your build, that's the only time you're doing your build wrong. Ayo, Kara Arkan is coming in with 17 people. Thank you for the raid, man. Hello everyone, my name is Nemeser. I do BG3 solo on the run content. Kare, if you gotta raid and run, I completely understand. Go do your self-care routine. But what we're doing right now is we're playing Disciple of Nimbus, which can already shed some light. But what we're trying to do is, we're a sorcerer that is only allowed to do direct damage to enemies through their cantrips. I have a few exceptions to that, like void bulbs, spike bulbs, and those I will allow those. And because we're a shadow sorcerer, we also get Nimbus, and and we're also a dirge, and this is where the whole build idea is coming into action. What we're going to be doing is we're going to let Nimbus shine in the fights, and we ourselves are going to be equipping Deathstalker's mantle to go invisible after each kill. But instead of breaking combat with that, we're going to be staying in combat and letting Nimbus do all the tanking for us, allowing us to go as offensive as we can. Now, given it is a multi-class build, we are going to get access to Nimbus quite late in the game. So yeah, we still have a few steps to get there, but I hope you'll enjoy the journey. I like the rule just heard. Glad to hear it. How's your stream, by the way? What were you up to? You're streaming BG3 as well, right? God, I gotta give you a follow. Nice. I have a theme every stream as well. Did a shadow party today. Shadow sorcerer, warlock, and 2 shadow monks. Fun as hell. Nice. Yeah, darkness can be a really fun way to play this game. Especially when you're still learning. Because the only attacks that can go through it are the thrown attacks. And so like you're basically safe from every ranged spells that is not in AoE. Alright, let's get back to it. So talking to Nettie and telling her about your drop, about your parasite.
Pity you got me instead of him. All right.
You can actually take the branch. Now you want to make sure you have an antidote or
strange event.
some sort of spell that can take the effect away.
Nothing? You sure?
There we go.
All right. Give me your arm, please.
And we're gonna hold out our arm.
There. Be careful. Your legs will probably give out first. I'm truly, truly sorry.
And we're going to turn and leave. And now when we take our antidote, we get rid of the condition.
All right. But first, this is Master, because you should all be chained.
And if she can stop yapping real quick,
if you can find her good.
This will show you that we got 75 XP out of this. And you still get the poison and everything, so it's just a little bit of an XP increase. Now, just a fair warning to everybody that is here on the new. I like to, or at least I attempt to optimize the living hell out of my XP gain. So in case you have any questions about why I do certain things that I do, don't hesitate to ask away, because in solo honor runs, if you're trying to optimize stuff, things can get pretty weird.
Don't waste a step. I have to keep going.
Speaking of weird, mind player parasites, before you have your first long rest event, you can double the amount of them you get. Now you can only consume them once you've spoken to your Dream Guardian, which happens after somebody has helped you with your parasite. And then if you put all of your tadpoles in your backpack and just keep them in there for now, I will showcase a little bit later on how to get more of them from the ones you have. Don't forget to ask Nimbus about cats. Well, they just ate. I'm not sure if the camera will allow it, but here is Lola, sleeping away. Good. Right at. She ate, she happy, she cozy. Oh yeah, we have, we're not proficient in cat language over here, so they cannot be summoned at will. Now I do possess some secret weapons that can get things started. But we don't want to overdo these, since they are little pet bugs that eat way too much than they're supposed to. But yeah, this is Lola. She is almost a year old, and she kind of stopped growing. So we just have a cute little adorable fluffy ball next to us. There's also Loki waiting downstairs and wondering if I'm gonna bestow him with some treats as well. Here you go. Alrighty, enough of that. I'm gonna leave them alone for now. Ironically enough, the more that you ignore cats, the more they love you, so we're trying for something here. Hey, we're out. No more treats over here, only cuddles. You gonna stay for some cuddles? Hmm? No? Bye-bye then.
This calls for careful footwork.
Back to BG3. So, the build that we're doing right now is we took 2 levels into Starform Druid, giving us access to Starry-form Dragon, and that Starry-form in particular gives us a bonus action, Dazzling Breath, which is a 2d6 of damage, Wisdom saving throw, Dex saving throw, excuse me, and it is on a bonus action, so it can help with the action economy. However, the main reason why we took Starry Fall from Dragon's why we took Starry Form from Druid is whenever we need to roll a con check to maintain our concentration, the lowest result that we can roll at a time is 10. And to succeed any concentration saving throws in the game, 10 is all you need to roll. Her name is Lola, and she is almost a year old now. But she kind of stopped growing like a few months ago. Compared to my other cat Loki, who is a huge boy. Hey, you gonna eat the camera? She's only maybe got 2.5 kilos. Meanwhile, the older boy is only a year older and is almost at 8 kilos already. So like, I don't know. And I'm feeding them both equally, so.
Go on. Say.
Cats' genetics can definitely get a bit finicky. The Dragon Radiant Breath uses Wisdom, right? It does, Anna, yeah. However, the thing is, whenever they save on the breath, they still take half the damage. So, in the worst case scenario, this is a 1d6 of Radiant. And in Act 2, a lot of enemies being weak to Radiant damage,
I know you. No matter.
is definitely going to help out.
And the rite is resumed. We will.
Zevlo believes. And talking to Koga one more time before you leave is also another 15 XP. So with that in mind, we pretty much got everything out of this room. Now if you're looking for early access to Sorrow, which usually get the reward from Wrath for defending the Grove, or killing the Goblin leaders, rather, you can pickpocket that from him early on. So if you wanted some of that, you can definitely serve it for yourself quite early. Just gotta find an angle to pickpocket him from. Oops.
How much
did not manage.
Can I go?
Am I increasing my wisdom through items? No, I'm not. I don't even think there's any items to increase your wisdom. There's only one, to my knowledge, and it's in Act 3. But yeah, a lot of the spells that have this little description: on save, targets still take half the damage. As long as you're willing to do only half the damage, you can keep that stat at 8. So with 0 investment, you're still getting half of the results. Like, we're not gonna be casting that a lot, but whenever we have nothing better to do, it's just a nice thing to have. Alright, we saved Arabella, so talking to her parents once again to get the amulet and a little bit of XP. Now that we have been nice to one of the tiefling children's, we can go and visit Mol, and she will actually allow us to stay down here and give us the quest to steal the idol.
Well, Mike, I appreciate you teaching, and we're happy to be helpful.
You might need my help with
I
something.
want to steal.
I'll see what I
Anything
can
else?
do. I'm just gonna check if she has anything interesting. Elixir of Peerless Focus. Even if you're not an elf or a half elf, you can get immunity to sleep, and this is the elixir to do it. So one example where sleep is a threat is Mommy and Daddy. Next, if you play hide and seek with Oliver in Act 2, you can use this elixir to become immune to sleep. Just a nice safety precaution.
You've been
Because once you get slept, the first attack on you wakes you up, but it's also, if done from a melee range, a guaranteed crit. So we definitely do not want our enemies to get that for free. Another chest for some gold in the back here. So, after somebody has helped you out with your parasite problem, in our case Nettie, Raphael will start spawning in the world and trying to have a conversation with you. And there's a small little tech that you can do in Act 1 that allows you to knock out Raphael and get his XP, which is 1400, for the early game, that being extremely useful. And what you can do is you can interrupt conversation with him. Now, the way you would do that is, one of the most common ways is setting up a surface, some sort of surface that deals damage. It can either be acid bulbs, or in my case I'm going to do an electrified water surface. And the reason I'm deciding for that one instead of just tossing down one caustic bulb is because whenever target gets shocked, they take 1d4 lightning damage, so that will interrupt it, but they also receive shock condition, which means in one turn they take another 1d4 of lightning damage. And in Raphael's example, that is going to spawn him away, but he will keep that condition until the next time you meet him. And ironically enough, whenever you interrupt that, the next time you meet him is whenever you will try to leave Act 1 region. And with also a few more things stacked on top of that, I'm going to do that early without leaving the region, so that the goblin tiefling conflict will remain unresolved and unaffected. We're going to get the XP and yeah, just level up to level 5 before we go down to Grimforge and basically not do any fights beforehand. Quite a nice safety net. A few scrolls that I'm interested in, I'm going to pick up. Now, I'm not doing any vendor exploits through the backpacks, don't worry. This is just so whenever vendor's inventory refreshes, if we put some stuff into the backpacks, they are going to remain there, so I can buy them later whenever I want. I'm just going to stash the trash away.
Pleasure.
Thank you. And now that we got all of that ready, we have our source of ranged lightning damage. One of the places where Raphael spawns is in the Selenite outpost at the bottom of the stairs. So we're gonna go and get there, not through the waypoint, mind you, because that will put us at the wrong position where I do not want to be.
Else minds their business, I'll be fine.
So we're taking up path from the goblin camp to end up at the top of the staircase. Sneaking behind Palmer, so we get a free pass.
If not over, then through.
I can do better. I must.
Some your cats have become treat addicted? Yeah. Alright. Let's climb down here. And one of the four spots where Raphael spawns is right next to this chandelier, like over here-ish. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a water bottle, create some water surface right over here. Might want to make it a touch larger, just in case the game decides to spawn him right next to it, and that we don't mess this up, because we only ever get one try at it. Alright, now water remains electrified for 3 turns, so I'm going to position myself just before the middle of the staircase, close enough to where I'm able to jump on this rubble, yet still far enough so I don't accidentally summon Raphael in. So once we have our jump at the ready, we're going to electrify the water and jump on the rubble next to it. And this caused Raphael to spawn in because I passed through the threshold. He took 1 lightning damage and got shocked and got zapped away. So now we go to our second piece of the puzzle. Before we do that though, and that second piece involves both Will and Karlak. But before we go on and take and recruit Will, who is still, by the way, laying dead over here from earlier, we're going to kill off a few tieflings that otherwise do not make it to Act 2. These tieflings are not relevant to any quest, and they basically just serve as a filler. However, they are worth XP, and therefore worth taking out. So we're going to stack up some dashes. And we're going to carry her.
May the gods take you first.
Just a quick abduct with a elixir of heal giant strength allows us to do that. There we go. Now the reason why I'm taking out tieflings is because if you kill any tieflings while Will is in your camp, you will lose disapproval. You will get disapproval with him, and I just want to work around that.
What's up for discussion?
The tieflings in question that do not make it to Act 2 is Kaldani. Come on. The game will just let me do what I want to do. Thank you.
A butcher? Really?
Sure, blood excites me.
Right.
You can just toss him into the cliff. 20 XP per tiefling. So the first one is Kaldani, second one is Zoru. However, make sure you talk to him with Lae'zel in your party to claim that extra 10 XP.
No helping it. We're exposed now.
Also, Icaron is a tiefling that does not make it to Act 2. So we want to do the same with him. Give him a good old yeet. And the last one is Wex, and it's the tiefling that is practicing his sword swings. Make sure to talk to him before, because you can get a battle axe and 15 XP by either being a martial class, making that checkless, or having to roll a check beforehand.
Right.
I think the lowest one is like DC 15.
All right. How long until Roland shows off his thunder wave?
Alright.
Depends. How many people are dumb enough to ask that?
Your blade's up.
True.
No. Get back here. We took Star Druid because we want to be able to automatically succeed on our concentration saving throws. I haven't yet completely settled on the build, Malak. I might swap between the three classes a little bit. Nimbus is gonna be a guarantee. So is College of Law Bard. I'm still unsure of Stars Druid. But it's mostly for the dragon form to be able to maintain concentration even if we get hit. And being a sorcerer, we can twin cast haste. So
Die if I met the road.
So both Nimbus and I get an extra action out of that. Alright, back to the topic at hand. A few more tieflings that don't otherwise make it to the next act, and that are worth a little bit of XP. Are these two trying to shoot the...
I don't need any attention right now.
Trying to shoot her? We're gonna start off with some Blade Ward.
Alright, time to skulk about.
We're gonna go into turn-based mode. Giving a good old Wackarino.
These boots have seen everything.
And because we have Starry Breath, that's just some nice damage.
I'm gonna bite the ends off your kids.
Now, even though they succeed on the saving throw, it still deals half of the damage, so... We just keep gonna pumping the damage. Really? And we're gonna position ourselves right next to her. However, we're not doing opportunity attacks because that is melee damage and it's against my rule set. So, she has a crossbow, we can make her threatened. Oh wow. And she almost took us out. Yeah, taking crits can
You're gonna be sorry. Every
can be very detrimental. Just to prevent dying, I'm going to try Blade Ward to myself. And maybe if I turn back opportunity attacks, we can maybe avoid her trying to run away from us. No, she will still try.
I'm gonna bite the heads off your kids, and your birdies, and your dogs.
Can we aim the breath to hit both of them? We can. Beautiful. And because we have one more turn of Blade Ward left, I'm just gonna do this to regain my bless. And she has stopped trying to move away from us.
Every last one of you.
Alright, so we can go back. Redo breath. Which is stupid good damage. There we go. Now I know I could just talk them down, however this is technically 10 more XP opposed to having the conversation. And having the conversation with them does rob them of XP value, if I'm not mistaken. Alright. There we go. We're going to free Zaza out of her cage. We're going to
They're gonna burn
offer our
this
help.
camp. The Absolute is gold from the sky, she is. And then you
Could
can
use a
come
blessing.
to-
It's a deal sign it struck.
My tribe ain't as...
Follow me, I'll keep you safe. And now I'm going to ask her to wait here for a moment. For some reason, this game considers that you saved Zaza and gotten her through the tunnel, dealt with the goblin ambush that is waiting on the other side. And all you have to do to get the XP is just walk behind here and then walk back. And I'm not gonna bother with her full questline, however, I'm just trying to... So we got the 15 from that convo. And we're gonna go inside, take her out as well. He's also one of the tieflings that do not make it to Act 2. Just faster. There we go. And now, just as promised, when we make our way back, we're going to get the 15 XP, and the game will just assume that we saved Zaza, even though she's still over here. I'm going to take her out for some additional XP. Is this an action refresh, by the way?
Aggression.
Oh, guess we won't get to find out.
More action. Result.
Oh no, you're not going anywhere. And we just triggered a crime response, so we're gonna be going to camp real quick. When dealing with a crime response, make sure to waypoint travel to somewhere, to a different POI and then back, and it should stop the crime response. Does that quest finish quite fast? You could drag her all the way out and also get another dagger from Minty for finishing her quest, and it's also another 40 XP on top of that. I, to be honest, just can't be bothered. And in case you didn't know, if Saza makes it to Goblin Camp in front of you and is the one to lead you there, he robs you of 3 exploration XP spots. So if you do end up doing her quest all the way, make sure that you've been to the Goblin Camp and inside the Sanctum before you go and save her. Alright, so that is most of the tieflings, if I think correctly, all of them that don't make it to Act 2. Now we can return to recruiting Will and knocking out Raphael at level 4, because I think we're gonna be level 4 before we get to that. Go.
You are.
Now we have to wait for Will to make his way all the way to his normal spot, where you find him after the fight if he survives. He won't allow us to recruit him beforehand. Oh, you could, I guess, just throw him up, but I don't know how much strength would be required for it. Swimsuit Will from the beach? Hell yeah! He's rocking that speedo. Alright, so to add some more explanation to the knockout Raphael process, Will and Karlach have a little bit of a conflict.
Go on.
When they first meet.
Enough time to run.
And
come on.
Given that Will decides to save Karlach and not kill her, Mizora will come to camp and give Will his horns. And Mizora's cutscene, if you force the Mizora's cutscene to be if you force that cutscene to be at the same time as Raphael comes to camp, you can get rid of Raphael's question mark above its head, and then will a little bit break his AI, so he won't talk to you if you hit him, and therefore that can remove the need to cast silence on him. And keeping Karlach alive, for that matter, Karlach is the part of the puzzle that will allow us to stay in Act 1 and not continue any and not progress any time-sensitive quests in this area. Well, yeah, we're just going to recruit him real quick. Yes, and we will get parasites. Disjoint voices. There we go.
The Blade of Frontiers at your call.
I'm gonna send you to camp real quick. Now that we got Raphael knocked out, and somebody has Raphael conversation interrupted, rather, and have had somebody help us with our first parasite. Remember how I said we could dupe the amount of parasites we get? We have 3 in a bag. This is important that you put them into some sort of a container inside your inventory. we're going to long rest and get a couple of cutscenes that can get in the way of knocking out Raphael.
Yeah.
We're gonna get these out of the way first.
Your minds intertwine.
Before we recruit
You sense
Carla.
a touch of uncertainty, a touch of disgust. So the
Who's gonna do
great
this?
warrior Lae'zel.
And after you have this first cutscene with the Emperor,
Yes, you have.
interesting hairpiece,
And I'm here.
you are able to take parasites.
There is. I will keep the fight. Wait.
So with that in mind, we're going to leave camp, and you get this Embrace Your Potential, quest progressed. And what we're going to do now is we're going to open up our bag, and we're going to take out one parasite.
This one is a true.
This is going to trigger this cutscene,
You can absorb its potential.
and we're going to absorb it real quick. And this is going to give us 4 parasites already. See? It's a little bit of glitch inside the game, but then you can take both the other 2 out and still use them up. So yeah, instead of 3 parasites, we now effectively have 6. I'm going to take Luck of the Far Realms and Ability Drain. And also another thing that I want is some early Cold Week, because that is going to help us kill enemies that are really dangerous. Alright, so do I want Psionic Backlash or do I want Luck of the Far Realms? We won't have a lot of AC, so Stage Fright is not really useful, and there's a lot of dangerous cucks in Act 1 that I will want to crit, and there's a particular interaction that I want to try out with Acid Splash. Can we force this bugger to crit with Luck of the Far Realms, therefore critting everyone?
You're an idiot.
I just go back and check in the fight that we had. Was the same? No, never mind. It can't. This thing can't crit because it's a saving throw. Don't mind me. So that was the parasites duped. We're going to take a couple of more of long rests just to get every event that could happen at camp out of the way, so we can ensure that the next event that happens is Mizora coming to camp whenever we recruit Karlach. This is the second conversation.
Were it not. You.
And then there's all still needs to be Lae'zel and Shadowheart squabbling. So gotta get that one out of the way as well. And I just realized that I don't have any inspos, so I probably want Disguise Self at the ready. And Guidance. At it.
Seems simple enough.
Oh.
Tonight,
and we got a cloak.
Chase the thoughts of that. You wonder what she looked like as she died. Squirming.
We want to go for a walk,
agony.
So our butler will come to us and give us the cloak.
Your body barely can...
I followed you, my dear rotted master.
About that time somebody respected my godlike depravity.
I found you following the stench of that bard. I cannot wait until your next act of shame be true.
Alrighty. We got this out of the way. Giving us the cloak. Going to long rest one more time. Because we still need Shadowheart. This is the squabble.
Spare your indignity. Lies.
You had. If anyone asks, I'll say you were transforming.
Now let's hope Lae'zel does
To
not
be mourned.
say goodbye to us prematurely. Easy. Didn't have any inspos ready, by the way. And Shadowheart will kill her if you don't succeed that persuasion check. So that is another one out of the way. We haven't recruited Tharion, so that is it. And Will does not have any events until we do Mizora cutscene. So this was all of them out of the way.
Make haste. I would have.
We're also throwing away a lot of free long rests, but there's plenty of camp supplies in the game, and I'm not really bothered spending these. Alright, just gonna do it one more time, just in case there's anything else Dirge related. But I don't think there should be. With this, I do not have time to chat. Alright, so that was it. Now we're going to grab Will.
I hope that... Well met.
Alright, I'd like you to join me. And with Will in our party, we're gonna go and recruit Karlach.
Can't give up now.
So, Will and Karlach have a little squabble cutscene that they can have in case you don't, as an evening scenario that can happen. But you can avoid getting that scenario by taking Will with you when you recruit Karlach. Oh, also forgot to get the bestest boy outside. So the reason why we're taking Will with us is to avoid that thing. Oopsie. Forgot to speak with animals on him.
The dog lowers his hackles, his head tilted.
There is a dream with the Guardian after you start taking the parasite. You already had it? Yeah, I had that one, Anna.
Back to the corpse. Around his neck is with a deep heart. The dog looks at his owner. The dog whimpers, nervous. The dog's...
Oh. So we got the camp. We got the bestest boy in the game. And now we're going to leave Will over here, and we're first going to go chat up the paladins.
Maybe I need more pockets.
In the hut up there.
A key. I wonder what it opens.
We're going to promise them to deliver Karlach's head later. That will disarm Andreas, making the fight a bit easier.
Cut it out. It's worse than Knowles out there.
Who's there?
This could be the worst.
It's all I have.
Alright. I'll bring you ahead. Now we're gonna go back. Party up Will as well. And we're gonna go and pick up Karlach real quick. Now, because we long rested so many times, and because Will and Karlach are gonna have their little squabble... Where the fuck are you? Lost?
Worth a try.
Oh, he should find his way to me now.
Forward.
How many die today?
Yeah.
How many die tomorrow? They should all be running.
And because they're gonna have that little squabble over here, now the next long rest event will be Mizora coming to camp to punish Will for not killing Karlach.
Something's on my mind.
I can her. You served her.
And then Will, you saw what I saw. God, you're stubborn.
I'm Karlak. I played along.
And now she's going to... And now the Karlak piece of the puzzle that comes into the play is if Karlak does not kill... If you have Karlak in your party and she doesn't kill the paladins, if you try to leave Act 1 region, at the end of the day she will have a little exclamation mark on top of her head, and she'll try to tell you, hey yo, there's still paladins over here and I really wanna go kill them. And if you reply yes to that, that will then put you back into Act 1. So that's how we will prevent from fast traveling to Mountain Pass. Region traveling to Mountain Pass, rather.
Then...
And that's why we need her, because if we actually travel to the Mountain Pass, the tiefling goblin situation would get resolved in the negative outcome, meaning Minthara invaded the grove successfully, killing every tiefling inside. And that's not something that we want. So, with both of these champs in our party, we're going to travel to the back of the goblin camp, because just up here there's also a path to the mountain pass, and we're gonna use that to attempt our travel. Now remember how we interrupted Raphael by applying shock to him? Turns out Mizora's cutscene will break Raphael's AI and he will take the 1d4 shock damage. The combination of those two will make Raphael...
That's curious.
Will break Raphael's AI, so you'll be able to hit him and not have him start the conversation with you. So we got all of the long rest events out of the way. We got both of our champs in our party. And with that in mind, let's travel to the mountain pass. You're gonna say yes. No. If you check, there's gonna be Raphael here in this cutscene. Just a second. And during this conversation, there's Raphael. He took the 1d4 lightning damage, and that's why he lost the little exclamation above his head.
And you, gods damn it. Anyone.
There he is, the champ. Alright.
Karlak meets the cry.
Will.
So Will gets his horns. We unfortunately lose access to oh damn, I forgot to have another short sword. Give me a sec. Now Raphael, when he shows up in the camp like this, usually has an exclamation point above his head. And if you try and hit him, he will engage the conversation with you. But because we did that, we can hit him without a problem. We're gonna take 2 dexterity weapons, and we're just gonna start hitting. I'm going to take off. Now before, people used to work around this by having access to silence, because if he cannot speak, then he cannot engage the conversation with you. However, this is a way to do it completely solo. And I also picked up ability drain earlier on to help us drain dexterity, and as we do that, it makes it easier to hit him, thus speeding up the whole process. See, we started at 25% hit chance, we're already at 50. 55. And this is the max that we can get. Now, don't worry, you can't actually kill Raphael over here, because Raphael can only die while he's inside House of Hope. So even if he didn't have the knockout turned on, he will just stay here and remain at 0 HP. So knocking out is the only way how you can claim his XP and the heavy armor that comes with it. Also a little bit of cash, but we're mainly here for the XP. Now be careful, because if you click on him the normal way, you will initiate the conversation, so want to keep that in mind. So right now, as it is, we're at level 3, 120 XP away from level 4. You should keep the armor. I'm probably gonna be using that armor for the early game, yeah. Now we're almost level 4, and just with Raphael over here, I believe it'll put us a decent way through level 4 already. And we haven't even gotten all of the XP that we can get without fighting anyone, so that's nice and dandy. All are proficient in it, at least till Act 3. Yep. Hey yo Devi, how you doing? We're just knocking out Raphael at level 3. It's going to be... Raphael's armor is going to be a placeholder until we get the Sparks Wall, or rather the Lightning Charge armor. We'll have to get the Spell Sparkler for that beforehand, so... Let's just keep poking, I guess. Now, given you could do this thing quicker by having 2 tenacity weapons in each hand, and just have the tenacity reaction set to don't ask. So even if you miss, you're doing like 3 or 2 damage. And yes, it can take some time. The 2 damage crits, right?
There are important matters to discuss.
And also, if you have ability drain over him, now given ability drain stacks get removed if the target gets proned. However, after you're done knocking out Raphael, you can just turn off the non-lethal and ability drain him all the way down. Given that you have the source, even if you have the source, you could do that for all of his stats. And you can just make the House of Hope fight that much easier for yourself. A neat little thing if you're just starting out on your solo on the run challenges, you know, or in party even. Just brings the difficulty of the fight a bit down. But yeah, as you probably can tell, this can go on for quite a while. Now, this strategy that I'm doing for Raphael knockout is not entirely without its downsides. And one of these is that you cannot obtain in the Infernal Robe that Mazora gives to Will. Now, you can still get Raphael knocked out and get the robe, but that would then delay this until you leave Act 1. So post Grove Defense, if you're trying to go for as much XP as you can. I return with Potato Salad, also level 5 Warlock is so nice. Oh yeah, 2 beams, twice the love in it. I went for struggling in random fights to fully soloing fights. That's level 5 for you. Also, one cantrip that in my opinion does not get enough attention is Ray of Frost. This little thing has the added benefit that you can make enemies wet. So it can deal double the damage. So if you then also force a crit with Luck of the Firearms, you can quadruple the damage. And on top of all of that, it gives them the condition that decreases their movement speed by 3 until the next turn, right? So if you have good movement speed, or even with basic one, landing Ray of Frost on a target, even a ranged one, will make it so you always have enough movement speed to get far away enough to where that target cannot hit you anymore. And also, not to mention, Morning Frost is a weapon you can get in Act 1, which will add guaranteed 1 damage to it, and a possibility to apply Chilled. So if you Ray of Frost, and you get lucky with a Chilled, and you're dual wielding for some reason as well, you can get a free freeze on an enemy, thus making them vulnerable to bludgeoning, thunder, aka booming blade past level 5, and false damage.
I would have words with you.
It's so good, and you can make some crazy builds around it. Yeah, if you ask me which one I preferred more, Frost or Fire builds, I'd definitely go with Frost builds. Just the added utility of Frost element in this game is so good. So, with all of that in mind, regarding Ray of Frost, compared to Firebolt, which can deal, possibly can deal, not does, but possibly can, do 2 more damage. I believe that 2 damage less from the maximum roll is definitely worth being able to run away from a target where they can hit you, and the possibility to double the damage. Alright, this is... oof. My finger I'm using to hold down control button is getting quite tired. Gotta love Draconic Ice Source. Hitting 40 plus in a single ray. Oh yeah. And you can do that quite early. That is also the reason why I took Fire Dragonborn, is because I'd like to have access to these 2 cantrips. They're just that good. Shadowblade is good for this, the animation is so fast. Yeah, but Shadowblade is not a cantrip, and so I didn't take it as a spell. And we're only level 1 sorcerer, so fuck it. By the way, how are you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Come on. Is chromatic dice on? This looked like a chromatic dice roll. I'll check after this. I don't want to be playing with those on, to be honest, because if you know how to do your builds and you know how to maximize damage, this thing can... Chromatic Dice actually lowers your overall total damage that you do. Now sure, it may be nice for dialogue checks, but a feature that is supposed to make game feel more forgiving is actually nerfing you, you know?
There are important matters to discuss.
We still gotta dexterity drain him afterwards, or at least I want to. And I might want to do charisma as well while I'm at it, to decrease his spell save DC. It's definitely gonna come in helpful in House of Hope for Nimbus to tank all of his different fire attacks. So I might just do both of these. 45. Make sure knockout is on, otherwise you don't get the XP. It doesn't die, it's just nothing happens, you know. Come on. Is Nimbus resistant to any damage type? He is immune to necrotic. Imagine being immune to necrotic against Merkel, right? Alright, so we got that. We're gonna quickly loot his armor, 180 gold, plus another diary. Now that he has fallen prone, he lost his ability drain stacks. So we're going to go back to hitting him. Just to get his ability drain dexterity down. Back to 15. Is there having the time of her life stabbing Raphael? It's good practice. For them not doing that for the rest of the run. Ever again. Alright, there's the dexterity. Alright, I'm just going to... set this in custom, so things go a bit quicker. And we're going to drain his charisma as well. I could do the same for wisdom, although I don't see the benefit to it. Maybe hold monster will making it easier to land. We could do some shenanigans and try and kill Raphael with Nimbus only. That'd be hilarious. Yeah, we're doing wisdom as well. It's okay, Bao will be proud. I mean, having Baal be Dirge's actual dad opens up so many dad jokes. Or daddy jokes. Heck, why the hell not both, right? It's 17 the max? No. And in case you're wondering what this is doing, If we go check out Raphael, his charisma is now 1. And his dexterity is now 1. Next step, we're gonna go into dragon form. We're gonna blow Raphael. And this is on a 6-second cooldown. But at least it's... Oh wait, it does an ability drain? Oh, because it's a class action. Do I have anything that could potentially ability drain him? Besides Dazzling Breath, not really. We could try the arrow. Yeah, let's try the arrow as well. Since this is an attack roll, it should target Wisdom. Yeah, it does. Beautiful. So Charisma, his spells will be easier to save on. Wisdom is gonna be easier to do crowd control spells on him. And I believe I'm gonna leave it at these 3 for now. How much wisdom do you have though? 14. Okay. So I need to do 16 in total, but 14 more hits need to land.
Doth a soul weigh?
Don't want to draw any attention. Let's get in and out. Softer than a whisper.
Gonna do a bit of hiding action for that sweet advantage.
That's a friendly looking
It's gonna make things go a bit quicker.
There are important matters to...
What do we have here? Can't risk being in open view.
We need 16 stacks.
Free for the taking. Out of sight, out of mind. I just want a little look.
Oh yeah, Raphael knockout strat at level 3 is almost concluded. There is only one step left to take.
Better be cautious.
But let me finish up with Raphael first.
Let's see what you're hiding. Alright, time to skulk about. Carefully now. Breathe quiet. Move with care. If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. Oh, my hand slipped.
Alright, 3 more hits.
Careful footwork. Just out of view. I just want a little look.
1.
Don't want to draw any attention. Out of sight, out of mind.
Of course, now we start missing, right?
Don't mind if I do.
Rigged? For sure. Alright, 1 more.
I don't need any attention right now. Just out of view. What do we have here?
There we go. And that's Ultimate Ninja Batman. Just aim better. Yeah, right? Big brain strategy. I don't think I'm going to talk to him because I want to test something out. Do we have to expend resources? Rather camp supplies if Raphael comes to camp. Because if we don't have to, and he will keep coming back to our camp whenever we try to region travel, then that can make camp supplies completely obsolete. Never ever need to pick up a single sausage anymore. Alright, either way. Remember how we didn't take out paladins and Karlach keep yapping about having to kill them? This is actually the interaction that will allow us to not travel to Mountain Pass.
Pricks who are hunting me. I'm not willing to let servants of Zariel roam the Sword Coast.
And now we agree with her.
Come after me again.
Agreed, we'll make sure they can't hurt anyone again.
Yes! Now we're talking. Before we head off, won't be seeing my mechanic anytime soon. The first
And now
time I
she's
faced
gonna
down those paladins, they let slip they'd met an
tell
infernal
us
mechanic in the
about the Infernal Mechanic.
On my way.
Nah, it's not about that. Alright, it's just Withers that wants to talk to us. No? The game won't allow us to rest. Guess we do have to chat him up.
Well, man, it's not every day one meets such a...
Alright, welcome.
There. It might... I could...
Spamming 4 gets us a bit of camp supplies. And now, whenever we long rest? Seriously, I have to talk to Withers?
Not this one. I would have words with you.
No? Then who the hell?
God, no.
Warlock pacts tend to be unforgiving.
But it was well.
Alright. Yeah, I made a mistake. I should have talked to everybody but Raphael first. It is what it is. Think I've done it without talking to Raphael? Yeah, it was Will that was holding me back.
The devil. We can learn a lot from fairy tales. Don't you think? Do refuse him no matter how but the...
Okay. Let's get you on your way.
Are you sure?
To waiting camp for now. And because we agreed with Karlach not to leave Act 1 and to go after the Paladins, we end up exactly where we left off. A shit ton of XP richer. Let's check how much though. Now we need to handle many sausages and many more to come. Entropy wins. Alright, so for Sorcerer I'm taking Twin Spell because we want to occasionally twin our cantrips, target more targets. And also what I would like is Extended Spell, because this thing will allow us to get extra juice from our CC controlling spells as well. When it comes to new spells, I'm going to be taking Shield. It's just more AC, more defensive layers, helping us to stay alive. And do I want anything else? I'd probably want to... I have an extended Blade Ward addiction as well. Same. And we're also gonna be buffering our Blade Ward with it. And I think... Do I want to trade out Expeditious Retreat? Not really. I mean, sleep would be nice, but we don't have any summons. Are we really doing that and not doing shield? Yeah, I'll make more use of sleep once I actually get Nimbus. Alright, and with that, we level up. Alright, Karlach. So now we went from level 3 to a good chunk through level 4 as well. And we have a couple of more things to do throughout Act 1 still. And one of them being giving Karlach a few swimming lessons. There is another huge XP thing that we can do right now. Oh, almost forgot my AC. And that is sacrificing someone to Boal. And just for convenience sake, that is going to be Karlach. It's gonna make the Andreas fight a bit easier. Taking away the sword takes away his smites, as long as you don't provide any weapon on the ground for him. We're gonna invite him into party, get our +2 to our AC. And just like that, we ended up on 25 AC, and we're barely level 4. Gonna dismiss her. Relieve Karlach of her possessions.
Dream
and
red.
Let's go visit some fishes.
Might be useful. What's in
A
here?
fun little thing about the dead myconids around the area. If you wait until level 6 to loot them, they have a chance of dropping a haste ball. They have chances of dropping haste balls, which can be quite handy. Grabbing more haste ball grenades, having a cloud on the ground that gives you another action, very useful. Short Sword of First Blood, probably one of the most stronger weapons you can pick up without doing any fights. Very handy, very dandy. Just gonna grab the waypoint. Do we have wisdom proficiency? We do not.
You picked the wrong fight, friend.
Oh, what the hell was that thing? There's tunnels everywhere. Who would dig these? And why here?
We go. On the skeleton you can find Helmet of Autonomy. Quite a neat little thing that I'm gonna show a use case for every class.
Never a dull
given that they have light armor proficiency. It is light armor, ain't it? Yeah.
Never wanted the easy path.
Okay, so we want to make sure before you sacrifice any to Boal that they're not disguised, and make sure that you're the one entering the combat, of course. I'm also gonna put on my starry form. And some long strider for myself. And make sure that Karlach is with me.
A wave of... You don't recognize the creature.
No one's offering? Wait, if it's blood you want, I can make another offer.
What you got for blessed Boa?
I want... You want me to sacrifice one of my friends? And we're gonna give him Karlach. Sorry, not sorry. It is what it is. Wow, he actually decided not to rage. That's interesting. Alrighty.
Mad.
And with that, even if you sacrifice Karlach to the fishes, just lost a bunch of viewers doing that, but hey ho, is mad XP, especially for this level. And you can also still pick up her head to give to the paladins. And that's exactly what I'm gonna be doing. And with that, we are halfway through level 4. And I bet you that we can get to level 5 with doing minimum of 2 more fights.
What's inside?
Are you doing a combat-free Oathbreaker Night too? I could, if I could do that later in Act 2 if I'm lacking for damage. If I'm lacking for XP to reach a level 11 before Merkel. But I would probably try to reserve that for a playthrough where I actually take Paladin levels. Now, I don't imagine myself that being anytime soon, but it's definitely on the table. Free XP is free XP. Karlach was too much goody two-shoes for my liking anyways. Yeah. I mean, she's amazing. She's got a couple of really good lines, but there isn't any, you know, like additional XP attached to her or her storyline. And she does eat up your Infernal Iron, which if you fail to get if you fail to get Infernal Alloy, can be quite inconvenient. Not to mention that it's worth gold. Would be able to throw dead companions on the roasted dwarf barbecue? I mean, they accounted for a lot in this game, but it sure as hell didn't get everything. You know, just chop up whatever's left of Karlach. Give the head, the non-tasty part to the paladins and keep the rest for yourself. Give me some no action to consume free healing on an item. I wouldn't mind that. Not at all. Not to mention, you'd get to eat Karlach out. And it wouldn't be blurred out or anything. Alright, fun little thing. There is a wooden chest in this cave, rather a barrel, that always contains gold, so definitely worthwhile getting down here. So far, there's always been gold in that barrel. And quite a nice sum for this point in the game. So, remember Helmet of Autonomy that we just picked up? You can disguise yourself as one of the short races and put that thing on to get proficiency in wisdom saving throws. And what that allows you is that you have +3 and you're disguised into a small race. And you can then interact with this hole right here.
The wall is riddled with holes.
You get a special dialogue for being short, and if you succeed a wisdom saving throw, which we just got proficiency in,
Deep when your fingers brush against a fleshy
you can get 20 XP,
you withdraw your hand
unlucky, and a diamond.
for whatever's lurking inside.
You can only ever do this once, so it's not reliable XP, but definitely worth the try. Alright, Arcane Tower time.
Scorched ground. Better watch out.
Oopsie. We're over here. I'd like to bring my boots of speed because they stack with normal dashes. And you can just have that. Now be careful when turn-based moding across this area, because these turrets will sometimes shoot at you for no apparent reason. I haven't discovered like why they do it sometimes and what triggers that, but keep that in mind if you're doing a level 1 run. Alright, jump down here. And we're going to avoid going through the main entrance of the Arcane Tower because that thing's got exploration XP attached to it. Yo, Ultimate Ninja, thanks for the follow. Glad to have you here. Because if you save exploration XP spots,
You're for the first time with
you can come and collect them anytime you want, and the higher the level, the more XP you get. And that's going to be part of our strategy in attempting to get level 11 before Merkel. Got some more paper to sell. Also, I probably forgot to add no damage scrolls. That should come as a given. Like this door is resistant, right? But we need to do 10 damage or more at least. Yeah, no, cantrips ain't doing that. And we need a slashing source of damage. Thank you. Lockpicking 101. Just don't do it if you don't have to.
That's curious.
Regarding Arcane Tower, if I have one piece of advice is read every book that you can find, except for the book that is located in the same floor where you find the other two turrets. that is gonna give you the option to do Bernard checklist, and it's really convenient not to have to fight him at this level.
Let's see what this does.
Here's another book that needs reading.
Seems that the owner was quite the literary type.
Alright, we're gonna go one floor higher. Going to send the other Susur Bloom off to camp, which we already did. So can we even hit this for enough damage? We can. All of these turrets are worth XP. Exploration XP is actually at the beginning of this room as well. However, there's the Test of the Mundane that you can take stuff out of to but however, what a lot of people don't know is that you can also put stuff in, and that is worth XP. We're gonna go and destroy the other turret as well. Wow, you can actually animation cancel Dragon Ball's staff hit. Oh, this is so nice. Speeds up the process. Come on, just one more hit. You almost need to roll max damage, so it takes a couple of attempts. And a few more things we want to read from this floor as well. We want to take the cipher. This note gives you access to Hug option from Bernard. To the Grey is another thing we want to read. And because we picked up the cipher,
using the cipher,
we can translate this instantly for another 95 XP.
Are these Githyanki markings? Lae'zel might know.
Road to Darkness and Handwritten Letter are both of the things we want to read. And don't forget about your mage's friend. If nothing else, that little ring will help you have +1 whenever you need to do Mirror of Lost in Act 3. And now, because we read all of these books,
you know these.
We can plug down Bernard and get the ring for free. This piece of parchment unlocks another line with Bernard as well. That gives you a potion of greater healing.
I've never been that brave.
It's a free one, so it's one that is worth it. And up here, as you'll probably know, there is a giant hill club that you can get.
Chair leg can make for a fine weapon.
And ironically enough, that little club has enough strength to allow you to move these animated armors around.
Bodies for the harvest.
Also, in turn, it allows you to throw them. So, if you do that and aim it 2 floors lower, you can get rid of all of them on this floor without a fight. Basically allowing you to do the whole encounter. The whole POI actually. Without fighting anyone. And getting the most XP out of it as well. Good thing about these animated armors is, if you carry them about, they don't go walking back. So that's really nice. So, except for the 2 tieflings, right? We still haven't done a fight yet. A real fight. Well, excluding Nodaloid and the first Grow fight that is scripted. And we are almost at level 5 already. Not far off, at least. Alright, so I'm gonna toss you down here. Now be mindful not to overstep on this platform a bit too much, because that will trigger the exploration XP in case you want to save that for later. La dee dum. Toss you down as well. And let's get to the basement.
The ring lit up.
Oh, getting some nice scrolls. Specifically the non-damaging ones. I can actually use those. Staff of Arcane Blessing has got a special type of bless on it that gives you 1d4 to attack rolls. However, it gives 2d4 to spell attack rolls. So your local warlocks, make sure to pick this thing up. It is a very good early game weapon that you can get without a fight. And with that in mind, we're gonna go to the beach, and because we are branded and we have obtained boots of speed, we can talk to Gek and get a free pass.
That might be worth a look.
Also, perception check over here. Some nice goodies in it.
His fist grips an axe.
But spoil my hunt, kill the slave and fetch back the leather.
Got the boots right here. And that gives us 20 XP plus a free ride through the Ebony Lake. If you don't succeed this perception check, you can always speak with Dead to one of the corpses and they will tell you about it.
No traps, please.
So, with all of that, returning back to Omelum.
He's cataloging coital and fertility rituals.
I have something to ask.
And let's
Greetings.
talk up
What
Omelum.
knowledge do you see?
On the mushrooms.
Drink the entire.
Yes, the world loses its edges, its finer boundaries.
Doesn't matter if you succeed or fail on these saving throws. You're gonna get survival instincts either way, so.
The parasite digs deep.
It's only the matter if which
hollow out
conditions get applied to you and if you lose HP while doing so.
Is like such an outcome was not. I would offer it as a gift, but in truth, the ring is priceless.
And we got the ring for free as well. Completing his quest also unlocks him as a vendor, giving access to unlimited amount of caustic, spiked and void bulbs. As long as you stash them away for later. They're gonna keep on refreshing new ones on every long rest. Boots of Stormy Clamor is one thing that I need. Shade Clinger, Shade Spell Circlet. You get +1 to spell save DC, making them more likely to succeed. Our Acid Splash is spell save DC, so I'm interested in both of these. Pearl of Power Amulet, also very nice. And Creation's Echo, which is definitely an interesting stuff. Because it can give us resistance to any elemental damage type that we deal. However, I don't plan to this is a confident sentence, but I don't plan for things to turn out in a way where I would really need that. Maybe in the Goblin camp. Possibly. Those guys can deal poison and fire damage. Maybe later. But all of these three, I'm definitely taking. And I'm broke already. Okay, now. Here. Have 2 scrolls of this. Hey, Ansel. What's cooking today? We are playing Disciple of Nimbus. And it's a mixture between Shadow Sorcerer, Star Druid, and College of Lobad. And we're Dirge playing with Deathstalker's Mantle. But not to break combat, but to stay in it and let Nimbus take the aggro off of us, be the star of the fight, thus allowing us to go full on offensive. How are you doing, by the way? Glad to see you here. Alright. So that is Omelum finished up. And we're still quite a bit of XP to go. Hello, you progressed so much since last time on Sunday. Thing is, we haven't done that much larger than life. We have... Well, the thing that we did to get us that much XP is we sacrificed Karlak to the Boal, and we also knocked out Raphael already, so that is what got us so far. The plan is to get to level 5 without having too many encounters. And also, we're a Dirge, so yeah. With that in mind, I'm going to talk to Blug. And I'm taking Star Druid levels for ability to maintain concentration. Also, Dazzling Breath is just good.
Welcome back. Have you made any new discoveries?
Especially in Act 2 is gonna come really useful. Even with 8 Wisdom, still worth it. Oh, Bestow Curse. Yes, please. Da-da-da. Do we want to do this to get Cinder Shoes? Because that can be another damage rider, but that would involve me using a lot of Alchemist Fires, which I'll try to limit the use of. But yeah, the idea is also what our main character is doing is only direct damage we are allowed to deal is through our cantrips and throwables excluded, meaning Alchemist Fire and bulbs and bombs. Are you in the deep en route to Moonrise Towers? We're gonna be resolving the Tiefling conflict first. So we are defending the Grove. That's just too much XP to miss out on, and since I'm going to be going to Githyanki Crash and Wargaz's room on level 6 just to take an item, I want to keep any other XP that I can. But let's sell a bunch of this useless paper. This is a cantrip and this deals damage, so these can go. I definitely want to stow away mage armor scrolls and also any peg scrolls that we find along the way. Quite handy dandy. Also gonna need a few featherfall ones.
Have you spoken?
Alright, so that's a mellow done. We saved Balin. That is, we've done the tower. I could go and collect the two turrets XP as well. I think I might just do that right now. We've done the talk with our boy here. I can still grab all of this. By the way, did you know you can animation cancel Dragonborn staff attacks? I don't know if that applies to every weapon, but being able to cancel these animations make them go quicker. Very handy. Right, that's the XP for here. There's also another hidden chest. Where the hell is my shovel? Tell me I sold it.
Nothing.
That's pretty much it for now for the underdog. So let's go back to Goblin Camp. Oh, I forgot to get a particular ring first. We got a bunch of checks to roll still. In the Emerald Grove, most of the things are done. We've got Mole's quest, that has been started. Zaza, the whole ordeal is done. Tieflings that don't make it to Act 2, that's done. I will need to kill those two guys down there, but she has command and I'm not too confident in my damage yet. Let's go loot Gomwick because I want to try and preserve the letters for Act 3 just to see the interaction that happens if you hand them over later on. I'm gonna take the rest of that. Yes, why am I not using it? Let's grab our berries. These berries are super nice, 1d4 healing without a cost, so no bonus action consumed or action. So you can pop as many as you want, whenever you want. A very good emergency heal. For Steel Watchers, for example, you get maimed, you can't move, just eat a berry. And boom, you can move again. For the Sleeping Bugbear, I don't think we have enough damage to deal with him.
I'm shooting arrows at this dwarf.
So we're gonna disguise self real quick.
Just stands back up.
Not into drought. Some guidance going. Gloves of power. Ring of smuggling.
Let's
get down to kissing some feet.
Oh, you got him good.
And why you think you're all the world just...
A strange symbol glows, marked on their flesh, and something...
Lots of assumptions here.
Go on, or I'll kick your dirty head in, on face.
I'd sooner spit in your face. Apologize and drop to your knees. Now there is an inspo that you can get over here for biting his foot off, but I'm going to do sleight of hand because it's worth XP and Crusher's Ring is just that good. It's gonna help us stay alive and
as
keep
your
kiting
lips
the
touch
enemies.
the pleasant.
You enjoying? What was I saying? They just had to talk to me. I've got to take a piss. I'll be a big old...
Now some of these goblin children
Best get in and out.
have speed pots on them,
With your hand.
and I don't believe they have crime response either. I'm being tracked now. F it.
At the ready.
I think it's the main one that you can get speed pods out of.
Stupid, dead bastard. Give him a good kicking. He deserves it.
Just going to leave.
Pissed off. Or you'll end up like this, bleed.
Oh, it's her. Number 4. The one that sells speed pots. And I believe this also resets on every long rest. So yeah, if you need these, there is your infinite. As long as you have the money, that is. You could just pickpocket them. No. 5, I think, has a hand crossbow, which is also one of the earlier ones you can get. Alright, we've done Chicken Chaser, we got that, we got Poetry. We got Crusher's Ring, however we still haven't tossed him off a cliff. So we can do that for some free XP. And now I want to go and check if there's any... We didn't release withers from the tomb. That's a XP inspo we missed. Close the Mind Flashes. We aren't killing Brina and Hendrik. Oh, we go kill them for some inspos. We can also go recruit the ogres. Still haven't done that yet. As long as they're branded over here, I prefer to give them the 500 gold because they do tend to die quite quickly on my playthroughs.
Brothers, stranger.
Alright, gonna show him our brand. Notice you don't have a brand of your own. Forget goblins. I give him the 500, thus avoiding the DC 10 check for deception. Now the inspo is behind offering them the corpses of your enemies. However, that is a DC 20 check.
Something over there.
I'd rather not try that.
Someone's dying.
I don't think you can offer them money afterwards as well. Gonna take all of that. We've done shovel in the Necromancy of Thay basement. We could go and make a Susa weapon as well. Get some free XP. Almost forgot about the helmet. Now making a Susa weapon, there is a book hidden in behind over here that you can read and start the quest, and it's additional XP before you go on and either take the bark or read the blueprints. Also, this dagger you can roll the check endlessly.
Feast fit for an ogre.
Investigation.
Peculiar
if you fail this, you can just leave
from the tuft
and do it again.
Notice the blade is
infinitely until you succeed. Alright, so we still need to deal with Brazek and the gang. And I could go to Swamp to collect some extras. Hey yo, thank you for the follow. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Sorry, but my both my stream managers are on a bit of a delay, so there you go.
Lunite necklace.
Moonks. Moonex? Moonks? Hope I'm saying that right. Thanks for the follow. Glad to have you here. The key to the basement is right in this box. Now let's go and read the blueprints so we can start on the Susa weapon production. could break you open without the... No, I don't think we have anything with a damage die high enough to do anything. Yeah. And I have lost... Oh, gotta do a perception check. I have lost these blueprints before by throwing the chest off of a cliff, so I'd rather just read them straight from the chest. Yeah, another 20 XP over there. And punching that chest also triggers the trap.
In plain sight.
The Myconic colony. We picked up the Amulet of Misty Step.
Perhaps.
And now we're 700 XP off. I could deal with Brezek and the gang. That is going to be another 400, almost 400-ish XP. That puts us at 300 away. Because we want to reach level 5 before we go down to Grimforge. For that sweet, sweet exploration XP.
Better be cautious.
Just gonna wait for this hooked horde to turn around.
Always room for more.
I'm going to send this to camp. Now we're going to Misty Step across over here. As soon as we Misty Step, we're going to turn this mode, so this hooked horde does not turn around and kill it and spot us. And with that in our hand, we can go back to Blighted Village and finish up the quest.
Can't slow down. Let's see what this does.
Haven't been to Swamp yet, that's another 90 XP. And also the plus 10 to our HP wouldn't hurt too bad. We have a dagger on us, sweet. Since I'm not allowed any melee attack, it doesn't really matter what I craft. Just doing this for the XP. Alright, I'm gonna take our mouse first staff, this thing, that. And that's quite okay. Now I'm probably not going to have enough damage to deal with the gnolls. So I probably want to save Lump and the gang or the gnolls themselves.
What's hiding here? Bet that will fit in my pack.
Because with the pathing I'm doing, I missed out on a lot of inspo. Some by accident, which was completely my fault. The rest I'm just not willing to take because the risk is too great. Right, that's the rest of the berries for now.
Tell us where she is. We don't want any trouble. But you're bloody getting some if you don't fess up.
Gonna make sure that we're healed up and we have our blast active.
Stop this! Enough!
And I am going to fight these guys. Because it's worth XP. Acid splash for double the damage. Some quick breath. Because it deals massive damage. And we're gonna walk away. Let them both dash to get towards us. Oh yeah, the breath is just so nice. You good, bro? Star Druid. Just doing Star Druid things.
I didn't mean for...
Alrighty. And on her way.
A chill runs up your spine. You feel like you're being watched.
Unlucky, but we can always remove the illusion by
The place
speaking
has a
to one of the red caps. Getting that out of the way, I'm going to go grab the waypoint. And drinking for this well, in particular, gives you
fresh, sweet-smelling water gurgles
plus 10 HP. Quite a useful thing. It does not stack with Shield of Thralls, but this HP can be replenished with health pots. So, minus the stun, but we can heal ourselves back up to where we were. And since I don't have crit immunity yet, I believe this is way more worth it. Looting this chest. And now we can go inside the goblin camp. What inspo could I get for sure though? Can leave Bjorn to burn. And I got Snipping the Chords somewhere. Wait, Snipping the Chords is not is exclusive to Alfira? Or can you also get that for killing Quill? I don't remember, but I'm almost certain that we only had one inspo point gotten until now. Defeat 5 neutral creatures in a single turn. Resist your Dark Urge. Follow your Dark Urge. But we could go grab the squirrel and get her XP. Yeah. Also, I want to deal with Rezek and the gang, and for that, I'm going to be going down to the mechanic colony and obtaining one more bomb and one more hand crossbow. I hope I didn't sell the other one. I'm going to send all of these to Shadowheart. Lessen the burden a little bit.
Look at his hands are empty as a whole.
Oopsie.
We'll be clearing. No point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
Stash all these goodies away for later. And one more of these bad boys can come in quite handy. Click on that game, come on. I hate how in the recent patches you can't just drag, you have to first click and then drag. So annoying. Oh, I can sell this, I can sell Steel Forged, Short Sword, Dagger +1, Zeusser as well, because it does not silence upon throwing. And since we're not doing weapon attacks in particular, we can also sell all of these bad boys. I'm keeping lightning and darkness for utility purposes later down the line. And a few more paper scrolls. Nope, none of them deal damage. Also poisons I won't need because I'm not doing weapon attacks on enemies, so I'm never making use out of that. If I attack anything, I'm gonna be attacking objects, so that's just extra source of income. Over here. I've got to go to camp and check for a couple of things. Also, can this thing... Oh, it does target items. Never mind then. I don't even need the crossbows. Let's fucking go. Alright, so going back to Blighted Village. Rezek and the gang, if you're branded and if you're disguised as a drow, you can make the whole encounter checklist. However, even after you talk them away, Rezek is still worth XP if you kill, and so are the two devouts next to him. So killing both is all three of those is very much worth it, because Rezek will then not make it to Moonrise. And instead of him, there will be a replacement, effectively granting you more XP that way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put on my haste helmet to have a bit more movement speed. Bracers of defense, do they stack with Helda's Karma? They do, that's crazy. Oh my god, we can have so much AC. Amazing. And I'm going to take my Glove of Hill Giant Strength. Make sure we're drow. And what we're going to do is getting hand sleep. We're going to 1, 2, 3, I again removed that from my bar. I swear to God, I need to lock this bad boy up. And just like that, we're going to travel up to the gang.
What have we got in? Stop this!
The goblins see.
What do you want?
I want an explanation.
As the symbol glows,
This is the draw
power
part,
courses
and the
through.
branded
Well, that's that.
makes it so we don't need to be
The goblins
convincing.
slink backwards, afraid.
And we're gonna allow them to leave. Getting 190 out of that. And because we're in turn-based mode, have some strength.
Another day, another fight.
We're going to take one of the bombs and just chuck it down here. And then move away as far as we can while still being able to reach it. And Prezek, for that matter. And give it a good old blow. Thus starting the fight. This is one bomb. And then another one should seal the deal. And we can activate that one with some acid splash.
Stop! I know things. If you let me... No!
And that is 40 XP, 20 for each of those, and 50 for Frezek. So instead of 190 XP, you can get 280. Not too shabby. By the way, Dazzling Breath, being able to target items on the ground, is nothing short of amazing. And also, these guys despawn if you travel to Grimforge and Barkus dies. So yeah, I want to get that out of the way before we head down there. Uh, 270. Okay.
Cut me loose! Well, I'm a deep... What? On that...
Softer than a whisper.
Saving Barkus is a touch more XP, however, even more if you knock him out. And knocking out targets for purposes of XP. I make an exception for using weapon attacks, and because you can't actually knock them out with a spell. So this is what we have. And there's the additional 20. Going to loot him.
Have I been this way before? What's in here? Let's see.
And with that, we are 200 XP away. I could get 65 for talking to Joe Raglan. I could also go and kill the brother and sister down there. want to use some spell save DC stuff, if I can. Or acid splash. There's also an argument to be made there for using my Luck of the Firearms, but we focus down Birna. She's the one with command, so we should be alright, and we can get a pretty neat surprise round going. I should really check if Dazzling Breath is a action refresh, because that would change a lot of things.
Owlbear tracks. Its nest must be nearby.
Alright, give this a go. Not an action refresh, that's good to know. Quite okay damage. Blowing them real hard. Wow. This is way better than I thought. Hey Lola. What is my small kitty? Come here. Everyone, this is Lola. She is getting angry at me. So we got that one inspo out of here. About bloody time. And we can go talk to the owlbears.
These boots have seen everything.
Just so goblins take care of them. I don't have speak with animals though. Oh, I do. Never mind. We're gonna take our shifter's boon back. And have ourselves a little chat. Having speak with animals on, whenever you approach the owlbears, triggering a dialogue, will turn all of the survival checks from wisdom into charisma, persuasion, and we're just gonna chat her up, make her, and then make her allow us to leave.
Did owlbear prey, no doubt.
And then the next time after a long rest we come back, they're gonna be dead. Goblins will have dealt with them. Quite good and useful stuff. Sorry, wrong cave.
Dangerous. An easy meal.
Druid persuasion. DC 5, not too shabby. Alrighty. There's also a perception check we gotta succeed down here, or an amulet. There's also another 15 XP. I wonder what else is there that we could grab without getting into combat.
Looks like a shrine to Seluna over there. There's magic keeping this chest sealed. I can feel its aura.
Please? Oh no.
Does a soul weigh?
Now we could also go recruit Astarion, that's another 30 XP.
Someone prodding at a new... Alright.
Join me.
It is...
That's a perception check for me. Thank you.
Are you sure that's the... It's just... something I have to live with, if you're sure.
Just
and this lovely piece of paper. If we read it in front of the chest, we'll break the seal, giving us a little bit of more of XP.
My prayers are answered.
Okay. Getting quite dark in here. I'm gonna go turn on the light. One sec. Alright, let's continue. So we've been to Swamp. Swamp XP wise without combat is pretty much done.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
I'm going to attack this guy. Just to get some much more XP. And it's relatively safe. There's also the bugbear, but that one has
Build my castle with
bit too much HP for me to feel comfortable fighting right now. So like 92 XP. That much XP I'm gonna... I can think of some if you have a... Oh, also hey crypto. Min-maxing on vendor gold by selling companions' clothes? Absolutely. Can think of some if you have mage hand? I don't have access to that, but the fists by the boss is what you have in mind, right? I'm getting to that, but I want to have crit immunity before I head up there. I could just deal with the goblins that leave with Minthy to raid the grove. I want to make sure that I kill or get rid of all of them before I continue.
Ain't a prisoner, he's more pigeon.
Zurga is one of them, and she's the one that is worth the most XP as well, and is the only patrolling goblin around the area, so she goes no matter what. They never seem to complain about being naked, so it must be very cozy at the camp. Oh, it's the fireplace. Always keep it running, and they will never get dressed. Sorry, I was led to believe.
What would some drow wizard in Moonrise want to look at?
Allergies are starting to kick in. God damn it, and these few weeks of summer. Alright, let's get rid of you as well. Also another two that leave with Minthy are both of those. The fist is the bridge, and the Githkel fists in front of the monastery. I'm not going to monastery before I defend the grove. That would progress the quest. And I still haven't dealt with the conflict. For that mark, I've barely done any combats. At all. And I'm just trying to get to level 5 before going to Grimforge. And this will now easily be done. See, if I kill the two squirrels next to Alfira at the start of this game, at the start of this run, before I went to knock her out, I would have been level 5 already.
What's he doing? It's just the same.
I'm not saying that it's going to take me much longer to get to that level now, but, you know, when people see me doing stuff for 10 XP, they're like, is this really worth it? And like, the answer is yes. Can make the difference of throwing goblins off the cliffs or not. Alright. We are level 5. Ready to go to Grimforge and ready to get some crit immunity. Very useful stuff, all of that.
I should speak up.
Need something?
I wanna check her inventory for these lovely things. Gonna have this stashed away. Scroll of haste, why the hell not? Now, because we're Star Druid, haste is actually useful to us, because we cannot drop concentration, and we can twin spell this, given that we have a worthwhile summon to cast it on. No, Star Druid, super OP. Now all that we have left to do is pray that our save file does not get corrupt, because we're playing Stars Druid. Alright, on our next level up, we're taking another level into our sorcerer. At this level I'm going to be picking up blindness, Jesus Christ. Blinds is a creature, attack rolls against it have disadvantage, and foe attacks with attacks against it have advantage, and they attack with disadvantage. Super handy. Can target more enemies at the same time if upcast, and does not require concentration. So if your spell save DC is okay, you're not looking to damage people with a leveled spell, this can be a very handy tool in combination with other concentration spells. Now at this point, do I want to get rid of anything? Because if I can, I would also like to pick up stuff like Hold Person, for example. But I don't think I'm in the dire need of that just yet. Enhance ability is nice. Might help me out with all of the dialogue checks that I need to do. So yeah, and because we have Deathstalker's Mantle, I do not need that many layers of protection. And let's be honest, if the enemy can hit me in Act 1 over my 25 AC threshold, then they deserve to freaking hit me. Alrighty. That's it. Enlarge does not work on Nimbus, does not deal any additional damage, and I'll just give him advantage on strength checks and saving throws, aka only saving throws. Another two of my personal favorites, Crown of Madness, Hold Person, but all of that all later. At the giving moment, I appreciate having enhanced ability way more.
Need something?
Vendor check. Gust of Wind and Sleet Storm, both super underestimated spells. Scroll of Sting Cloud. Now, I would be a fan if this one works like the Ghoul Sting, where an AoE is deployed around you and enemies need to save a Constitution saving throw while you yourself remain unaffected. That would be really nice, but it does not. It's just an AoE that you yourself cannot hide in as well, so. Reduce would make my AC absolutely ridiculous. Interesting thought. If you use scrolls, they will use wisdom for the moment, right? Yes. I believe so. I'm willing to even check. Because I don't know. I know that for the damage it uses your Very good question, Anna. Does that mean we want to dip into Bard soon? Or respec and start with Druid, then go Sorcerer? Just to regain that charisma. Spellcasting ability. Good point out, Anna. Alright, and the rest of these deal damage. Stone Skin. A very useful spell. It's like Blade Ward, and I can twin spell it. I'm stashing this away for later, if need be.
Pleasure.
And quick roundabout around the Myconid. Constitution saving proficiency is good. Made a dip into Bard next level. True. That's how I do it if I wanted to avoid respecking.
Discoveries.
However, that would then delay Nimbus to level 9. Which is like, that's super deep though. Like, even level 8. We're gonna have a couple of more encounters without the... Sorry, level 7. That would delay Nimbus to level 8. Level 7 is already gonna be a lot of encounters until then. So I'm considering just respecking over here.
I do enjoy a good bargain, if anything in my private collection is to your liking.
And I also wanna use this a bit more. Bestow Curse. Very useful scroll. Nimbus has Dark Vision. I'm very tempted about Cinder Shoes. True. And that would be one of the mistakes that I've done so far of my build. See, I still forget to account for a couple of things when I'm playing this game. I can tell you this, but I want to save this for Arcane Acuity. God knows we're gonna need it against your gear. Alright, protection from energy as well. That scroll will allow me to give Nimbus immunity to a certain elemental type. Quite handy, because if I make... Does this protection from energy work on radiant damage, by the way? No, it doesn't. However, Stone Skin plus if I give Nimbus against Merkel, Stone Skin and Radiant Elixir, he could basically take a smite or two to the face, no problem. He's making quite tanky. But I think his bite is piercing damage. So he would not do much damage himself. But he'll be good to kill the necromites about the area. Alright. This. Stash the trash.
Very well.
I also wanna stash away all of the extra bulbs from Omelum. I do allow myself use of these on this run. However, and I'm mostly gonna be using, be proccing them with my offhand crossbow shots. Once I obtain those. Mainly the spike bulb ones, because they inflict disadvantage on con saving throw. And blindness is a constitution saving throw. There it.
Will be no
to make a
point
check on you
lingering
as
now
well.
I've got the noble stock.
And then we're ready to go down to Grimforge. I gave you these scrolls, yet I never stashed them away. Alright.
Better wait till I hop off.
And with that, let's go get some crit immunity, shall we?
Seems simple enough.
We'll turn these off.
A vessel wobbles on the lake's murky water.
You! Worst gag.
And because we gave him the boots and showed him the brand, this is checklist.
Continue forward.
And making it to level 5 before we went here gives us additional 75 XP
Oh shit! Who's the hoon, Greyman?
whenever we
slave
land.
for the dig. Ah, your twat's old chum. Oh,
Give me a
then
single
I'm
coin.
warning you.
Here, if we were level 4 we would only get 75, but now we got 150. Quite a meaningful difference in my opinion. Shapeshift back. Put on Mage's Friend. It's guidance. We have Speak with Animals.
Drow, publicly displayed.
And now we're ready to go talk to some spiders.
True, we need not. What care we for his business here? He keeps us small, keeps us.
I could have advantage on this check.
We should be with the Spider Queen, revered, adored.
And I am probably gonna be... This is a charisma check, right? Yeah, so if I take Fox Cunning, you do lose concentration whenever you go to Grimforge. So I won't be getting this for Droraxlin if I want to talk him down. We have 1 inspo. Yeah, I'm willing to risk it here. Easy pass.
You've read Father. These spiders are loyal to the local Dwecker.
Alright.
In the event of a fight, they will join the fray against you with slavering enthusiasm.
My
Sweet stuff. Let's get the Invis ring. You don't need to do any sleight of hand or perception checks. Just get the ring in your hand.
Being in open view.
And we're gonna go to camp. Just to deny them the stealing crime response.
Need to find a way forward.
What's a fort like this doing in the Underdark?
Since I'm not concentrating on anything, I think I will... Oh no, I still need to do the guidance check over here, right?
I need a quick
Let's
word.
get our Infernal Alloy.
A Sundwell. Take a look.
You can reroll these for each disguise that you have. You need to get a starting later? Oh yeah, I almost forgot about that.
Standing out.
Bold, no quake, bro.
What do you think?
And the game took mercy on us this time around. Love to see it.
Well, let's see what you've got.
And let's see if there's anything worthwhile in his inventory. Ace scrolls, we have some with Roa, who's got good attitude with us, so
That's
I'm
all
quite fine with leaving as it is. I was mainly looking for bloodlust elixirs. And that is it for guidance use in here. Okay. Also, as a druid, we have medium armor proficiency, so I'm going to get my expeditious retreat on. So we're able to dash with our bonus action and get lightning charges as well.
everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
There it is. I should probably swap to Mel's staff. Just to have +1 to my attack rolls. So yeah, we have lightning charges, adding additional 1 damage to all of our cantrips. Even more if we get more. And these guys can be cheesed by just staying up here, so... Easy 200 and something XP. No need for crit immunity or anything. Nice crit. Very decent damage, rolling quite well. But yeah, this is the power expeditious retreat. I see a lot of people not taking that spell, but lightning charges giving you +1 lightning damage to everything you do, and +1 to attack rolls are already worth it. And if you have extra, they are left over. Now I could apply wet to these guys as well, if I wanted to double all of that damage. But I'm fine as we are. Unfortunately, lightning charges do not proc Call the Weak, so that's a shame. And that's one mimic down. Now, I would be using Acid Splash for this, but mimics are immune to acid damage. Or resistant. One of those. No, just straight up immune. But yeah, this together with Bless is how you maintain accurate cantrips early on. Also Mel's first staff. Very nice. And because I can get lightning charges this way, I do not need Spell Sparkler. Thus further resisting the need for a dual wielder this early. Allowing me more time to think, but I'm personally would this build work with Dragon Acid as well? Yeah, definitely. Like, I took Fire Breath because I didn't took the Firebolt cantrip, and that is only in preparation for Nimbus's Ominous Bite to give me back my sorcery points if I need them. So like in a fight, if I'm running low sorcery points and the fight is far from over. And I really need that sorcery point back. I have a source of fire damage. I could always use Alchemist Fire, by the way. Yeah, like don't take me wrong over here, Anna. The things that I'm doing over here is mostly thanks to the items that I'm using. Like besides Dazzling Breath and using my charisma to cast cantrips, this is like I'm not profiting at all from my class. Or at least haven't took advantage of it yet. Separate Expeditious Retreat, but you can get scrolls of that. So it's not unique in that sense. I love it how the path is interrupted yet the Mimic is still getting hit. Die. Appreciate it. And with these Mimics dead, you can get your
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Troubadour's gloves that will give you +1 to your AC.
Strange mob.
So if I wanted to tank even further, I'll be using these gloves. So I can do this Wanderer's gloves and then put a shield on top of that. And we're already at 26 AC. There's this toy chest over here, but there is a certain key that I'm going to pick up first, because the DC on this lock is quite high. And the key can be found on one of the skeletons next to the shield mold. Alright, have my Misty Step amulet on. I could regain my wild shape charges.
That took the edge
Yeah,
off.
that's good. 35 XP for porting up here. It's the same as getting over all of these traps.
An idol. It's beautifully.
But this is way more convenient. Now, when it comes to adamantine gear, since I'm not using any weapons or damaging scrolls or spells leveled, I will not be taking any of the weapons, so it's between two things. Oh, so it's the only two things that I can get and can use as well are medium armor and shield. So that is our adamantine crafts of choice.
Inside?
Armor and shield, got the blue. Same as it ever was. Ain't that right? Ain't that right? But to be honest though, like on other classes, there's an argument to be made, and probably the best one to take a weapon is Monk, because they get bonus action on armored attack and all of their unarmored attacks, yada yada.
A couple times you do it.
If you don't want to take 6 levels into Monk to make your fists be magical, right? You can always craft the mace and wield that, and your unarmed attacks will ignore resistances, I believe. Don't quote me on that, but it makes sense. Correct me if I'm wrong though. Not sure. So yeah, if you're doing some shenanigans with dipping into monk, for example doing hexblade, but you want the extra attack, unarmed attack, for some reason you could craft the adamantine mace. Don't quote me on that though. And I believe the key for the thing is this one. For the chest that we met down low.
A steel mold. Used in forges to cast armor and weapons.
Anything to that absolute talk.
You know what? This is confusing me. I need to set this like this. Set all the utility on one side. Survivability goes here. And CC and general stuff into this column.
So you look at the skeletons.
Let's not linger. Any inspos to be gotten from Grimforge? Just the one for taking his head. Not sure to arrive soon. We have Featherfall on Demand from Chest of the Mundane. When the hell did I cast Guidance and get rid of my Expeditious Retreat again? God damn it, dude. I always make that mistake. It is probably like the hardest thing about concentration in this game. Not getting rid of useful spells you spent spell slots on. Because you needed to cast Guidance to open that chest. Right, to get an item you're never going to use. Anyone? To be tested. Hey yo, thanks for the follow, Olivia. Oh yeah, I did read that right. I hope you're enjoying the stream. So, for all of you that have been paying attention, remember that lovely flower that we picked up back at the Arcane Tower? There's still a use for that. How's it going? We're chilling. We got to level 5 before Grimforge, barely any encounters, and we're just hyper leveling the build so we can get to Nimbus as soon as we can.
Alright, time to skulk about.
Alright, so what we're gonna do is, we got both the Bloom and the Giant Hill Club next to in the Arcane Tower, and you can just stack some dashes. Jesus, if I can get my fingers to work. And you can improvise melee this guy because he's an archer.
May the gods take
next to the other one. And make sure to cancel whenever you get in range, and this disables the animated armors. That's the Suser Broom part of the equation. Second part is the club, or just have adequate strength, and you can toss them right here.
Potential.
I forgot to take down the cloak. I am so bad. Which class do you play? We're mainly playing Shadow Sorcerer for Nimbus Summon and at level 6 of that class. But we're taking some Druid in as well. Just to start Druid so we can never fail a check on maintaining concentration. Which other games do you play? I stream only BG3, but I do play a couple of other games. So yeah, now I can just keep on tossing these guys. I'm pretty sure there was a pixel here. Guess not. Can you allow me to get over here? No, it's not my first stream. And I mean this in the politest way possible, Olivia, but if you're here to offer me any art skills and looking for work, creating emotes and stuff, I'm already well settled on that department. Again, I don't mean to be rude or to dash your hopes or anything, but I've gotten so many offers already that it is starting to get a bit annoying. Don't take me the wrong way, please. But I'm already set when it comes to that department.
No traps, please.
All right. Artist badge? God damn it. They have those? Which is making me do research about stuff I don't know about. I feel so old. But definitely I'll look into that. Or rather, just as a response, wrong keyboard on. There you go. An art badge? What the hell? What is that? You have to tag the cat emote with my username. I reckon I do that in Stream Manager, right? See, I'm horrible at these things. It took me 30 minutes to figure out where to add them. But I definitely want to give you the props. Chrome panel on Twitch. And then just to get back to is that your remotes? Yeah, emotes. And this thing. And it's the emote attribution, right? Oh, capital. Why the hell doesn't it find you over here? There's no user found. Maybe without the... this? Ah, there you go. And now it says it's pending. See, I'm sorry. It's not that I didn't want to give you the props. It's because I genuinely did not know that was a thing. I blame it on my ignorance 100% here. So like, I hope if you can find it to forgive me, because it's a very cute emote, and I'm ever grateful for you, to you for making it.
Don't want to draw any attention.
Where Kit Kat? She
on my feet.
She does have some more source material though. Did a half painting of them? See, I have even more source material of that. I have a picture of them the first week when they arrived. Made the camera is bad today. You spat the brain with the poison bar block? Yes. However, we did die on that run because I forgot to give Orpheus his vigilance elixir. However, we did try for science and we reloaded, and we managed to kill the brain with poison damage, so it's definitely possible. Back to you, Crypto. I have a picture of them on the first week when they were just playing, and Lola was literally screaming her heart out about Loki being on top of her. And then when I went to take a picture, she's like holding him with her paw. Meanwhile, he's looking at the camera and being like, seriously? That's such a good picture. I'm trying to convince ChatGPT to make some for me, but I found out that I'm horrible at giving it instructions that AI can easily follow, so thus far it hasn't successfully yet generated an image yet. That sounds like a drama. That's 90% of their interactions. The other 10 is just Loki trying to steal her food, which is again drama, so. But she's not being dramatic about it.
This must be the forge.
Yeah, Friendly Lich, it is definitely possible, and we managed to do most of that damage through poison damage, which was nothing short of amazing. One weird thing that I found with Poisoner's Ring, the interaction, is that even though the brain says it's immune to it, it is actually immune. Like, first you apply, you deal damage, right? And then on the second turn, it's not gonna say that it's immune to poison damage, yet it is. However, on a turn after that, it's gonna say that it's immune to poison damage, however, it is not. So it's a bit deceitful when it comes to checking if that vulnerability exists or not, and I'm attributing it to dealing only coating poison damage, which takes at the end of their turn, so after they do their actions. So the brain gets immunity, ends his turn, gets the poison damage, but then on the next turn it gets immunity even though it doesn't state it, which is a bit weird. However, it did work out in the end. It looked like fun. It was super fun, definitely.
On my way.
And I'm rethinking of sometimes doing that again, just on EK, because Eldritch Inertia is a thing. I don't think I need to explain any further than that though. Eldritch Inertia OP. Okay, so for Grim Fight over here, couple of things. First thing, Haste Helmet. Second, Crusher's Ring. Boots of Speed. Fleet Fingers. The Club for more jump distance. Some source of Featherfall. Some source of Enhanced Sleep. I can get both of those. So it should be a breeze, and cantrips can trigger levers, so that's really nice. But yeah, Crypto, that thing was set on pending. But I hope you got some sort of notification or something.
Fall by my hand.
Yes, there we go. It is important that whenever somebody makes something, it gets props for it. Like, and I think the same goes for strategies in solo running. Of course, this being much less of a big deal than what we had just here, but either way, though, like, it takes creativity, it takes time you could be spending doing something else, so make sure to give your artists props that they deserve. Didn't I put Enhanced Sleep on myself? I probably misclicked for something. Anyway, it should show up soon. Hopefully. Might need to restart stream for that though. Right, throw that at my feet. And let's go. Grim, wherever he doesn't have his legendary action on, only he's got enough movement speed to cross half of this circle. And you can abuse that fact to lead them on top of the hammer while being only one person. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna start the hammer, which did not trigger methods. That's good to know. Alright, I don't want to use... Do I want to use this thing yet? Probably, right? Start stacking it now, but I don't have a replacement for it later, so I'll need to keep that in mind. Only brought one of each. Usually have more by this point. Alright. So if we point ourselves on this spike at the end here, Grim will always stop on the right side of the circle, and you can just go on to the other side, other corner, and he will be far enough to where he won't be able to concussive smash you. Thus you will remain absolutely safe, just as long as you position yourself somewhat close to the edge. Got to run again. Have a good stream. Yo, friendly. Have a good one. Alrighty. Well, that's him. And now I can just keep on repeating the process. Jump up here. Bring the hammer down.
Alright, time to skulk about.
We're going to sneak, so methods don't target us. And hopefully they will all position themselves around the hammer, of which it still strikes even on the outer rim, making things a bit more convenient for us. Heck, we might even only need one featherfall and enhanced leap. If only Grim decides to attack the correct one over here. Meaning one of these three. That's quite okay though. Can help him out a bit. Eliminating another one. And we're just gonna jump back. Position ourselves far enough to where methods won't find us a suitable target. Hey Omega Balls, how you doing? We are playing Disciple of Nimbus, and we're working our way towards Nimbus. Some sort of combination of Shadow Sorcerer, Star Druid, and College of Law Bard. Dirge, so Deathstalker's Mantle.
Out of sight, out of mind.
I wonder who the hell can see me up here. Oops, might have messed up. There's Doggo, after Scratch. I mean, I don't know, you might just change your mind after this playthrough.
Time to press ahead.
And these guys are vulnerable to cold damage as well. So how many turns do we have remaining? 3 on the... 1 on the enhanced leap. And Grim needs to be struck down 2 more times. So, unfortunately, I have to spend a spell slot here. But we should have enough Featherfall to pull this off. So you have decided to perch yourself on the right side, that means we're going left. Right on the tip. Beautiful. The Star Druid's level is mostly for the concentration thingy, or any other reasons for it. Mostly for the concentration, but Dazzling Breath is... they still take half the damage on the save. Act 2 has got a lot of enemies that are vulnerable to it. And it's a bonus action. So, super good for action economy. And it costs you nothing. And you can't lose the effect since there's no HP associated to Starry Foam. Also very nice. You know I'm gonna do it at least once, right? Like, my smooth ass brain will definitely make a mistake like that.
Never a dull moment.
He's back to my character. And I don't need any more flight. Because I should be completely alright. And if you use main action dash with Fleet Fingers, you can jump twice. point. And everybody, that was grim. Drop, get the medium shield as well, and we also get medium armor proficiency and shield proficiency with Star Druid, which is very handy. Another ore into here. Heyo, how you doing? Oh, I'm gonna twist my tongue trying to. Tithrismos? 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 Am I saying that correctly? Welcome to the channel, man. I'm sorry, I can't. Can't do that. I'm trying my best here, but I'm struggling to pronounce your name. Welcome to the stream, though. We are playing Disciple of Nimbus. Nimbus is still not here yet, but he will join us shortly. As soon as we get to level 8, that is. Which at this pace shouldn't be that far away. A level 7? 8? 8, yeah. And the idea behind it is we're Dirge. We have Deathstalker's Mantle, so we shouldn't ever get targeted by the enemy. If I get a little bit lucky and play my cards correctly, allowing us to go full on offense and let Nimbus take all the glory and all the aggro in the fight.
That's a friendly. The lava's erupting.
We also took Star Druid, and we're gonna take College of Law Bard to get a couple of guaranteed maintain concentration and cutting words to help Nimbus root enemies and apply Ominous Bite. I'm not doing any infinite spell slots, sorcery points shenanigans with this, because I find that to be a touch too game abusive for my taste. So we're gonna jump over here.
By the hell.
Summon the lava element, get into combat with lava elemental because I forgot to call in my friends. And yeah, the rest of the rule set is I'm only allowed to do damage directly with my character through the cantrips. So
swift as my feet.
And every leveled spell, every damage scroll is off the tables, and so are weapon swings. I could have summoned these guys during the Grim fight. They would have died easier and made the fight a little bit shorter. This preserved me possibly a spell slot, but I completely forgot about that. So I'm just taking them for a bath over here, yeah. Alright, it's one done. Hey, they're beating the living hell out of this dude. I'm waiting until I get access to one more cantrip, which should be at sorcerer level 4. I'll get the necrotic one to prevent him from healing, and with some lightning charges you can pretty much cheese it. dead. Bone chill, yeah. Finally. Now this guy is deceptively mobile. Like, he's huge. So we definitely do not want to stick around.
Just out of view.
But we're gonna go back, take our headband of intellect.
These have seen everything.
And steal the adamantine chest. Oh, that's a nice little jump he did.
I don't need any attention.
Can I make this? I love enhanced sleep. It's just so good. Alright, gonna go back to camp. Drop this chest down and loot it for some extra XP. Have our boon on? We do.
With a flick of the wrist.
And a lockpick. Those are all good. I'm just taking everything from the chest. I still get the XP. I've heard some people have had some issues and not receiving the XP for obtaining the amulet. However, I am not among them, and I'm really grateful for that. Alright, that's another 80 XP like that, and we're halfway through level 5 already. Which is very nice, but more importantly than that, we got our crit immunity, thus increasing our survivability even further. Now with this, our character is pretty much set up, and from here on out is gonna be just combat left. However, it is getting quite late. My cats have started to chew on my feet, and I'm also getting quite hungry, so I'm gonna end the stream here. I'm gonna thank you all for coming. Also, special thanks to Crypto for the emote. And yeah, let's see if we can find a raid to send you all off to. We'll probably be on tomorrow. And I'm going to send you all over to... see who's on. Mick and Balls, do you intend to stream anytime soon? Shit, I might need to progress on my run, LMAO. Yeah, if you can get online in the next 2 minutes, I could send my chat over to you. By the way, for any of you that don't know, Mick and Balls also does solo honor runs. He is currently doing a fighter Polearm Master build, which means he's only using Polearm Master weapons, meaning he's doing a complete run in melee, which can definitely be a challenge on its own, and can get quite frisky with certain types of enemies. So as soon as I can see you on... Hey, not the cable. You're so angry you're chewing on the cable. Chewing on the cables is illegal. Yeah? You hungry? You should see the look on her face. She's like, you're really gonna put me through that? But yeah, And by the time the next stream is around, I'll hopefully make up my mind on where I want to take this build. We have done a lot of stuff today. Knocked out Raphael, got Boaz's benediction. We also defeated Grim. So yeah, quite happy with how this turned out. Alright, let's see. Are you on yet? There we go. So, thank you all for watching. Now I'm gonna send you over to Mick and Balls, and yeah. Thank you all for coming, and see you tomorrow. Cheers. Yeah. Good.